welcome to our continuing adventure in Hollow Knight Silksong. This is segment number 13, and we find ourselves deep in Bilewater, where you'll notice the cocoon all the way up top from where we failed in our previous attempt. In the past hour or so of our playthrough, the last hour of the previous stream, we spent it going all the way up from this bench to the town, village, or hamlet of Bilehaven, all the way up top. There was a fake-out bench somewhere around here that crumbled as we sat on it, and we haven't found a replacement for it so far, and so this is the rather lengthy 15 to 20 minute run back that we're looking at to get back to where we were before, which I think is absolutely just an intended challenge, although I do continue to suspect that perhaps we missed some replacement bench along the way, closer to our destination. Anyway, it is a very long stretch to get back there, which is why we decided to hold its completion until today's stream. And so we're going to make whatever attempts are necessary to get up there and discover what Bilehaven has in store. We do know, among other things, that we're at 4 out of 5 in the side quest for the Great Taste of Farloom, which is what will eventually trade up to the Penmaster's Oil to improve our main weapon. And so this is the objective we have in mind, and we have to locate at some point the Pickled Muck Maggot, which by implication seems like it's pretty clearly somewhere in here, either Sinner's Road or Bilewater, and somewhere along the way. We did not get it off of unlocking the cage and freeing the Grin Prince in Sinner's Road that we did in the previous stream. We don't know where he's run off to. Possibly that's something worth following up as well. But for the moment, we're going to push into Bilehaven and see what we can unlock at the end of this lengthy marathon run up there. It may take a few attempts. We may lose quite a few rosaries along the way. Having just taken a death, we're currently sitting at 0. And we're also pretty short on ammunition for our sub-weapons, which is a bit of a concern because currently my approach to that fight is to rely perhaps a little bit heavily on Delver's Drill to take out certain enemies. So we'll hopefully pick up enough shards along the way that on further attempts we'll be able to get our shard bank back into a more appropriate place in the event of a true emergency. We do, of course, have more shards that we can break. We don't want to be too reliant on that, though, because we have been using the tools dependent on shard ammunition more and more heavily, particularly in this fight in the Forum, which we attempted 2 streams ago, and which we do mean to go back to possibly after we complete the weapon upgrade quest. Regardless, we need a lot more shards, and we'll just try to bank them up as we continue on our adventure. Now, it might take a few attempts just to warm up here and do a climb all the way up cleanly, which, as you can see, we're already having trouble with over here. We'll just try to build up some silk and try to stay healed up, and in particular, try not to get into too many situations where we fall into the muck, because that burns through a whole bunch of silk as we try to get the maggots off of ourselves. Luckily, we have a lot better traversal than we used to in terms of our movement options. And so we will try not to fall into the maggots too often, if we can help it. And we'll just try to get back into the habit of this run, which we did a couple of times. Got up to Bilehaven maybe 3 or 4 times in a previous stream. It is, as I said, a very long stretch of about a 20-minute run back, unless we can find a better bench eventually. So we'll just live with that for the time being and just get back into the habit of finding an efficient way forward. There are some very perilous segments of the climb a little further up. Like when you run into these ones here that totally wrecked us last time when we were not being cautious. Because their range is just incredible, as you can see. There is... Oh, as you can see, we're probably just going to take to death here already. We're not careful. That's okay. I don't think we were standing to lose too many rosaries up top anyway. So yeah, a couple of different routes to go up top. It was in that top left area that the false bench was located. And I really do think it's kind of implied that there's maybe some kind of discoverable replacement for it. But it may just be that this is supposed to be a marathon run challenge. Now we just don't know yet. Let's try to get enough silk going to avoid death. If we can, just need to tap a couple of the enemies in this area. Once they become available. Still a little bit short in silk. So we just need to be extra cautious. Okay, good. Let's stabilize here. There are later areas along this climb where we can build up the silk bank and our health once again. The whole passage to the right over here was, I think, where we got a memory locket at some point, so it is a dead end unless we miss something. So we'll try to just do the main climb at the moment. I am trying to keep my eyes peeled for where a replacement bench might have been, since this sign gave us false information. Maybe it was further out from the original bench. It was discoverable somewhere from that room, but we don't know. Oh, and you see these just hit so hard. I'll just try to make it a little further here. I think we previously used a grapple method to get over, and now we need to get to the other side before it starts spraying us from that end, because that is the risk. Now here, we previously decided to tap this one. Have to be very careful. Does at least allow you to build up a bit of silk, but yeah, otherwise that one's just a massive obstruction when you try to climb. We were having some trouble with it. I think the implication is that you do leave it alive and use it as an extra bounce location to cross over, because without it present, it is actually a bit of a long stretch to jump over that gap. But personally, I would rather not deal with it. Yeah, because here's the gap. And then here's this enemy here, which was a huge problem. I don't remember if this was the safe spot. Yeah, there we go. So this is where we can build up silk if we so choose, just as maggot insurance. Just respawn into this room again and again to tap that guy. And luckily we are at full health at the moment, but I found that building up a silk supply in this location is something that is worth the time that we put into it. Particularly because if you fall into the maggots, you just need to expend it right away. Okay, nearly fell in already, as we were saying, and that would have been a whole lot of wasted effort. Okay, that looks good. Let's keep going. No need to rush it. Oh, and that's the issue. Just have to get comfortable with the climb again. There we are. So this is where everybody was trapped. And maybe somebody should have taken that as a warning. But that somebody will not be Hornet. So yeah, to the top left side earlier, if we wanted to check if maybe there was a nearby bench that replaces the original one, that might have been worth investigating. Instead, though, we're going to push on and we'll see if there's something we can discover. We'll just try to get back into the fight there first. The fight itself didn't seem too bad. There were some traps involved with it, and definitely a huge risk of falling into maggots as a return, but other than that, depending on how many enemy waves it turns out to be, it could be manageable. Oh, and there are a lot of environmental traps in this section as well that we need to watch. Previously, I think we just decided to speed through it and snap everything and not worry about it too much. But there are some enemy traps that start to appear past a certain point as well, so like this one. Oh, and there you go, maggots. And that ate into enough silk that we can't even heal right away. So we will want to get the maggots off at some point, because otherwise we're at a very severe disadvantage going into the first fight. So we can find a spot to just tap into some enemies. We want to do that as soon as we can. Find something reloadable like this one. Oh, you see already some more problems with maggots. We can hit something like that repeatedly and get it to spawn back and forth without falling into the maggots down below, then this could be a refresh point. We have died to this one before though, so we want to be careful. So let's try to get some silk up again and maybe pump a heal as well, since we have the opportunity to do so. No, it stays dead. Okay. Never mind. And then, oh, there we go again. We did see that to the bottom right, there's a room that makes it pretty easy to refresh silk as well. But then getting out of that room without touching the maggots is a task that requires a bit of finesse in its own right. So we can get there. And this is a good room for just, again, building up. It does seem suspicious. It, on the map, looked like it might have been a natural replacement location for the bench if we could find it, but instead I think we just poked a lot of shell shards here last time, and after that. But these enemies are reloadable, so we can just build up again for heals. I think in some senses is the purpose of this room, to allow yourself to grind back into a position of safety. But then, of course, getting back out of here is certainly not risk-free. So we'll just grind this out. Try to get decent enemy spawn locations when we get back to the previous room as well, so we don't have to deal with too many of them exploding all over the place. And of course, if we manage to make it back up to the top with full health, silk is a problem that will resolve itself once we get as far as the cocoon where we left off. Oh, taking a hit immediately there was not a good idea, though. Not least because that interrupts the Reaper effect. You only farm more silk orbs off of these so long as you are still at full, or have not taken damage. So do we want to pop a heal for that one mask? I think we do. I mean, it may take a lot of time to grind ourselves back up to full, but I do think ultimately it should be worth it. And then we'll just build up a bit of a bonus if we can. We don't necessarily need a full bar, but we should have enough to get out of maggot trouble in case we fall in immediately after leaving this room, which is a very high risk, just given the shape of that platform. I really do think that, you know, this location, this whole area looks very suspicious. But again, this was just a currency location last time we came here. Maybe top right there was not a bench location or something, but I think we had checked that as a possibility. But yeah, we don't want to go there when there is someone sitting directly on the wall, because that will just obstruct my positioning. So now we have no silk to work with in case of maggots. And then, well, okay, fine. Fine, that's fine. As long as we can build up once again. Oh, nope. Not enough silk for the grapple. Well, so much for all the work we put into refreshing on the bottom right room. Let's try to do a little bit of it again. I mean, we could only do this so many times because getting out of here safely is so hazardous in its own right. But we should at least try to get back into a respectful state. Getting into the big fight up above, since it was such a long run to get back here in the first place. You know, there is somebody on that wall. Maybe we can just poke it from this side. Well, let's not fall in immediately after shedding maggots. Yeah, essentially you want to dash over to the left and then jump back towards the wall. But let's heal up first before we consider that. And the explosive ones in the room always seem to respawn as well, so... that's absolutely a consideration as well. Okay. Let's just try to get back out. And then, nope. You see? Let's try to shed the maggots once again. And we'll just repeat this until we can get out safely. Need one more round. Okay, let's try this again. Good, that's how to do it. Oh, that's going to be a miss. Let's just try it again. Try to get rid of this one if we can't. Come on. Yeah, if we can get back into silk to heal up, we should just continue here, because that's not getting any easier, given that they also respawn. Well, okay, now, alright, now we've lost so many. We should try this again. So, even just making it up this column without too many problems is an issue. And then, of course, if you lose that bile water fight itself, then you're in big trouble once again. And so, there's just one complication after another in this last sequence of rooms. And it is a very long way back. If there were a more efficient way to do this, we would do it, but now we'll just have to live with this as our approach. Okay, let's try this again. Okay, good. Gets rid of that initially, at least. Nope. Need to deal with that once again. Now we can go higher up. That would be great. Nope, missed it. Oh, and then missed it. Nope, and then how did... Okay, it just respawned on top of me. Or, oh no, we were just too close to the explosion. Because we failed to get a down swipe rather than a side swipe. So there's something definitely above there. I don't know if we had successfully traversed it previously. We need to, at this point, on one mask, actually go all the way back down and replenish health because we just completely failed to do that. So yeah, there is a top wall there. I feel like that might be a position to check for bench. I felt like we had checked that wall previously, though, and that we just got rosaries up there or something. But maybe we need to check that more carefully. Regardless. Yeah, no use considering on one mask, given that we're getting into a big fight once we get up top. Maybe there's an easier place to replenish resources once you do finish the climb. I'll have to try to remember, because I think this was what we were depending upon as our crutch. This bottom room. Over here. And of course, if you just lose to the fight itself, then we have to do this all over again, so. The cleaner we can get the climbing segment itself, the better off we are. Okay, this is good because then you reload a bit. I feel like we do want a full 7 mask before proceeding there. Given how badly we did the climb right before this. Really had to manage the silk refresh well when you have the grapple as well. Since if you expend all of your silk with the harpoon, then it does take a moment to refresh to that bare minimum that you need for the next grapple off of anything that's not an enemy. Let's see, we just tap this. The buff is worn off. Okay, let's try this again. There we go. Now, when we're going so low like that, we do need to grapple over instead. And try not to explode. Yeah, so we had been up here previously. Nothing except rosaries. Maybe we didn't check this top segment here. Is it something? Did I just break something there? No, I don't think so. So okay, one more corridor to go. We'll try to get our resources back and then get into the fight itself. Our estimate that this would be about a 20-minute climb was, as it turns out, not very far off. Yeah, there's a big trap up here. Need to be aware of. Oh, a big trap up there that we also need to be aware of. Here, at least, you get a little bit of replenishment to work with. Definitely at the end of this sequence, before we pop the cocoon, we should pop the heal just to get back up to full. If we can. But right now we want to bank silk in case we fall into the maggots. Yeah, getting that swipe timing down accurately really is the key here. be a lot more where that came from when it comes to mastering that particular mechanic. Okay, so we took this slowly, and we'll just have to try to win the fight. We'll pop Silk right before we get into the room. The reason for that being that we still have to buff up as long as we don't take damage. And I think some of the early rounds of enemies we need to drill into. Also, whoa, no. Well, there you go. Maggots right away. Okay. Well, that blew that idea. We should actually go back to the previous room to tap something quickly, just to get a bit of Silk. Actually, we should be using this room as a replenishment station, as long as we don't face those guys who are an absolute nuisance. Okay. Let's just do this room again. If we can. Just try to get a heal going without dying to everything. Yeah, let's just redo this room. Redo the whole corridor. All because we fell into Maggots in that one spot. Nope, and then fell into the Maggots in 2 spots. Well, we go again. Luckily, enough to swipe here that we should be able to heal up. Good. Nope. Tried to swipe it there and that went badly. See, that's the thing, is to just get into a reasonable state for the fight, we have to do this so much just to have the extra round of Silk that the Maggots are taken off. And every time we fall into the pool, that's an added few minutes of work to get back into a playable position. There has to be an easier way. I mean, the easier way is just to be more skilled, I think, and less liable to fall into the pit, but failing that... Oh. Oh. Well, let's see, because those ones... You see, once again, like every time we try to swipe it, if you fall down and fail to dash out of that, then we have to shed the Maggots once more. And heal up for that matter. To swipe those with the downward swipe, you actually want to be off at a bit of a diagonal. There is the Silk point up top as well, of course, but in order to get that, we need to go through some of the traps, which might themselves be a bit of a liability. I had to stand out of that briefly. Maybe we should do that, just to tap this one. Oh, no. You see, I thought that I had a little more room to move before this trap got set off, because I thought it was based on this string here, but I guess it was activated a bit early. Yeah, that was breakable, but only just. So even just to get through one room at a time to get back into the fight is taking several minutes. And so if we lose on to fight, well, that's a lot of work down the drain. Okay. Let's go. Let's not fall in, even if we get tempted by an enemy jumping up like that. We should just keep going forward. Even if we get sniped like that, I guess we just need to eat that one. Yeah, we just need to go in with 6 masks then, I guess. That will just be an early heal we need to pop. Really feel like we should have hit a replacement bench at this point, but maybe there's something to this that we didn't see or understand. Okay, once we get into the village itself, then we need to be prepared for the first round. The other thing that was catching us out was that between certain enemy waves, there is a spiky pendulum that swings across the whole room. And that happens on more than one occasion, I think, between waves. And the enemy that we were having trouble with was the one that tosses projectiles downwards, so we need to do something about that one. The Curve Claw worked well, but again, we're pretty limited in terms of ammunition, particularly if we lose in this fight, so let's get in there and let's just play it. Drill for the first round. Again, staying off the maggots is the key to the whole thing. Okay. Stay off the maggots. That's the most important thing. It takes priority over everything else, I think. We also have Thread Storm as our option here. Now, I think this corner is actually safe for this. Yeah, that's right. So that's what we discovered previously. This part of the fight potentially allows us to replenish, I think. Kind of. And so we can just get into a safer position where we don't fall. Well, you're almost at full silk, so need to find a spot to heal once we take out one. Okay. When some of them come up, we'll drill. Good. Now we'll take out the other one. Get some silk back. Still more coming. Trap. We got as far as the second trap previously. Trap twice, so we stay in the corner. Okay, good. Stay off the maggots. Staying in the corner, I think general's going to work out well. And that's the end of the fight. Great, got it first try. Boss? Boss. Roll the Great. Okay. We're running out of drills. No, not the maggots, not the maggots. And then, oh, we hit the maggots. Okay, this is a big problem. We're just gonna die. We don't have any heals. No, just need to dash out of it. Grapple up, perhaps. Yeah, we didn't necessarily expect there would be a boss at the end of that. But perhaps, given that we did get the slowed flashing effect at the end of the first segment of the fight, perhaps we get back into the boss right away. Usually what that signifies is that it's a fight that you only have to do once. Usually. So, possibly, we get directly back into the boss phase. But we'll have to see. Now, luckily, we did actually pick up enough shards on a journey upwards that we replenished our weapons in full. Threadstorm was absolutely a good call there for the final step of that. So yeah, we'll see if it's actually the entire fight or if the flashing effect indicated as usual that we don't need to repeat the first set of waves. Only one way to find out, which is to get back there and stay alive while we're at it. This must be something extremely significant given just the nature of the boss there. I still think we're missing some kind of hidden bench, but again, we don't want to take too many risks looking for it. In that top left segment, we have previously tried to ascend up the left column. We didn't seem to have a way to get enough height to do so. Because I kind of suspect that when we defeat the boss, we go out the left side room, then it gets us to the drop. Possibly the next bench is there in that corner. Possibly that also means that it is reachable if you have the technique to ascend that column. But having tried that previously is a little bit out of reach for what we can do. So yeah, with Girl to Great, we need to make sure we air dash out of the suction. That was one of the things that caught us that time. I mean, first time seeing the fight, so there's only so much you can do. It would make sense if there is a replacement bench that it has to take place after the one that we actually discovered originally. You know, you wouldn't see the replacement bench before the fake out bench, essentially. Okay, let's make it over. We'd previously tried both this right side ascent and the left side. For various reasons, I think this worked out better. We have no silk for heal right now, but we'll save the silk in case of maggots, and in case of further damage. We had been up to this top corner previously. Yeah, we talked about that room. Yeah, so this room here, I think if you can ascend all the way to the top, maybe there's a bench that's in that location that's technically supposed to be the return path from Bilehaven. That's what I would suspect, given that we haven't been able to reach that location. But again, I don't know if it is reachable with what we have, unless we have an enemy in exactly the right place for us to get a good series of jumps high enough, because it seemed like it was well out of reach. We can try again, it's just that there's so much damage potential from the enemies that spray everywhere in this room. And we've been having a great deal of trouble with them, as you can see, immediately. Whoop. Just duck into the other room, I think. Yeah, top section here to the left we tried previously, I think, and found nothing. Whoop. We don't want to take too many hits in doing so. I'm pretty sure I did check it, but regardless, it would be before the higher bench location that we saw, and there's nothing on the map. That would indicate a bench could be there. So this is the one that we like to tap ahead of time. Maybe if you jump like this, then we can get over it. Yeah, then it's easier to cross if you leave it alive, but of course, it's not the only consideration we're dealing with. And you drop too much on the air dash to really get over there comfortably. Maybe with the grapple. You can do this. And then, yeah, as you can see, we just take way too much damage from even attempting that, so yeah, I feel like it's not necessarily worth it unless you can do a full reload from this location first. We were in pretty good shape until we tried some of those shenanigans. We could make another run at it, but let's fill up the life bar first before we do anything too silly. Do anything too silly like that. Just a few very cautious taps here without taking damage, and then we'll try to proceed. Okay. Should have activated that upon returning to this room, actually, so we could get the extra silk off with the next few taps. A little too late now. Yeah, I kind of want to inspect the original bench location to see if maybe there was some secret tucked away there after the fake out triggers. We'll see. Caution has to come first. And we still have to discover whether we get back into the Growl fight immediately or have to go through the first set of waves first. Luckily, we do have a method for the first set of waves, and we seem to be picking enough shards that we can refresh ammunition between rounds as long as we don't overspend it. Let's try this once again just to see if we can do very much. Nope. Yeah. Then you see so much damage immediately, especially because, you know, if you're spending some silk on the harpoon, then you don't get the heal that we banked up earlier. Okay, let's take a look at this again just to see what we can do. Oops. Oh, I have to get on the other side now. Oh, that was self-inflicted. That's a silk location if we can get on that platform, which we didn't. Let's refresh health once again if we want to try anything there again. Since we took the last death all the way up in Bilehaven, and we do want the cocoon there rather than somewhere in the middle from another death, so we can build up silk right away on the boss fight. We don't want to take too many risks. But I think it is worth exploring this top left a little bit further, just in case we can make one more attempt on trying to uncover something there. Also, I see that there's a wall up here in this room. Oh no, that's the standard climb that we've done previously. You know, did we ever check this location? Oh, yeah. Okay, I guess we need to deal with maggots again. Alright, one further around. That's okay. We need to be absolutely diligent about this and check the spots we can. Again, it might just be a totally unfounded suspicion that we have an actual bench reachable before the boss, but it may be worth checking, otherwise we have lots of this climb ahead of us. Yeah, no wonder we picked up so many shards for ammunition as well, just from tapping these for refreshes so many times, since you do get a few off of them. I guess that's a side benefit of grinding these out, is that you do have a full stash of weapons going into the boss itself. Okay, need to do this again for the health. Very slowly. Yeah, it takes a while to prepare just to put in an attempt. And we just have to accept that. We can get the heal going and just stabilize enough to make it over to a different natural refresh point later on, and we'll be in good shape. We'd better grab another 2 masks while we're at it. Well, 3 masks while we're at it. Just try to get back up to full, and then we'll see if we can attempt something on the left side, but like I said, we haven't previously discovered anything reachable there, and so hopes are not necessarily high. Okay, let's reload here. And see what we can do here. You know, grapple off of that guy. Kind of works. So this is the situation we found ourselves in previously, that we couldn't find a continuation from this wall. Maybe you're off this side. Now, it seems like we just don't have a way to gain enough height. There's nothing to cling on to up there. So it looks like this is just a falling passage from after we clear Battlehaven. I don't see any alternative to that. Now, the fake out room was here. Let's be careful not to fall into the pit because maggots down below. I think I had checked this a second time previously to see if maybe the fake out bench reveals the real one. Like some of the bench traps that we saw earlier in the game. Yeah, we want to be very careful with the pit. Make sure that there was nothing that we missed. I don't want to fall down and check because, again, maggots down below, we would just be... I guess it's pretty close to the room where we reload resources anyway, so maybe it's worth checking once. Because we didn't get a good sense of this wall in previous locations, and yeah, you see it just dunks you down below. And then... yeah, I could not see an alternative to this anywhere. So now we need to do the whole long refresh. That's what we get for trying that. But it was worth a check, at least just once. So now we need to do the long reload over here. That's okay, builds up some shards. It's acceptable. Cost of doing business is time. Whoop. Just a little too close there almost. And yeah, if we get directly into the Grohl fight, then at least we've made progress. But it's still unclear to me whether that will be the case. Okay, 6 mass, we'll keep it at that, just for sake of expedience, since we will need to refresh at later locations anyway. We can double back here if we really mess this up. Okay, it's always a little bit risky to make that jump. Yeah, I'm looking for flat walls everywhere in case there is something like a hidden passage to an additional bench somewhere between here and Battlehaven, but I don't think anything presents itself in this room other than more of those, which are really tricky to fight sometimes. Anyway, we need to activate traps. Oh. Yeah, just skipping those seems best. Once we get into the next room, then... yeah, bottom right there. I think we had checked that previously. I don't think that's worthwhile. Bottom layer here, too, not really worthwhile. Unless we can maybe grapple over and skip all the traps. Oh, we can do that. That was very close, though. Very close to failing. But if we kind of grapple, jump, and then air dash, maybe bottom passages must stay over here since we don't go through all the traps up top. Now, this was one of the rooms where we could repeatedly try to tap for a refresh. We should do so if an enemy presents itself. Oh yes, it's the right side room here. This is our next refresh location. Again, it's going to take us a while just to get back into the fight, but I would much rather be cautious because then we have a very nice situation like the one shot we got on the first phase last time we went up. A lot depends on whether we do need to do that phase again, but I'm hoping for the best when it comes to the fact that we did get through the end of fight effect, which I think this game has been relatively trustworthy about. Yeah, again, if we make it up top without maggots, then we should just continue from there since we have another place to reload in the next room after that. Okay, that's fine. That was comparatively clean. Silk up top, but we need to get through the traps to do it. I think I'd rather just go for it and go back if we absolutely need to. Okay, this is becoming a problem already. If we can get a heal off of this room, that would be best. Should be able to, so long as we take advantage of the fact that these respawn. Feels like their purpose is health replenishment. So again, we will heal up before we enter the fight. Then we see how much of the fight we are, in fact, re-entering. Okay, moment of truth. Roll right away. Nope. The whole fight is the whole fight. And then we got maggots. Yeah, this is not great. That's okay. We can get rid of maggots if we go for the silk up top. Oh, using too much ammo now. Okay, get rid of those. Kill it immediately. No, these ones move out of position to drill. They don't. Oh well, maggots. We're just dead. We're just dead. Nope. It's Red Storm maybe, but we really do need some silk. Yeah, so we couldn't even get through this phase. 06, you're saying Megas left his run back. Yeah, they are feasting. So this is our second attempt on that fight today, and first attempt we actually did one-shot that phase only to spawn the boss, which I didn't know about. So this is a very tall order. And it does make me suspect that we should be trying to search for revenge instead, but I have been searching and we just have found nothing. And it's funny because given the nature of this game, it's kind of inconclusive to me whether there is an accessible bench there somewhere, because I can see it going either way. That on one hand is sort of an implausibly long run back. On the other hand, it seems like an appropriate place for an implausibly long run back. In some sense, it looks like this is supposed to be the challenge. Even not accounting for all the healing stops we're making along the way from imprecise play, this is taking about 20 minutes to get up there, and which is about the length of the marathon finale level in Ukulele and the Impossible Lair, which is kind of my benchmark for what a long platforming sequence is like. That one, if you're doing it casually, that's about 20 minutes. Like a whole video game in itself. Anyway, we're full resources. If we can get through this accurately without too many mishaps, that's still alright. A little tidier every time, at least in this segment, but then later on, that's when we really start to run into problems. Memory locket room on the right. I do wonder about that room. Maybe it's worth checking again. But it is something that also ends with a maggot pool on the right side, so... maybe it's worth checking. Just in case. But it's just big archways everywhere. Don't really see a lot of natural candidates, and of course we get maggots. That's okay, we can refresh immediately. Yeah, previously we just did this whole sequence and then it's memory locket at the end. Did we miss something? Potentially. I don't know. I checked this a few times and even after popping those, that's nothing. Having obtained a locket already. So it's not going to be this room, it doesn't look like it. But we get lots of these enemies available for replenishment at least, which could be helpful as long as you don't hit maggots everywhere. That's okay, we have another point to refresh not far from here. Came in low. Oh, no, and that's a death. So we didn't even make it back that time. That's okay, we didn't really lose any rosaries, to be honest. But it does mean that we won't have access to silk from the cocoon when we get back into the fight proper. We might be underprepared for this run. I'm almost thinking that we should go back to the Citadel to check the Gourmand hint to see if I am in fact on the right track with Pickled Muck Maggot being in this zone. I assumed it was, because it just makes the most sense, and it's also in keeping with the difficulty of this climb. But if by chance it is obtainable somewhere else, like maybe somewhere in Cinder's Road or behind some other condition, you know, we are trying to prioritize that weapon upgrade for a reason, which is that a couple of the biggest obstacles that we're running into as roadblocks will eventually become a bit more manageable. But yeah, the fact that, you know, you can get through the group fight and then you still have the boss to deal with, we really need to figure out a lot of things here. Yeah, that 45-degree angle is great for the downward swipe. That's what we're generally trying to go for, as long as enemies are in a stable position. We could try to check the left side room again, perhaps. I had found traditionally that the right side climb is easier. But maybe there's something that we're missing about this room that we can also check in on when we have a chance. Okay. Yeah, because did we actually check the top left here properly? I guess we should try it out. I think it was just rosaries here. We had checked it before. Yeah, it was a rosary location that we had tapped before. Just trying to look for irregularities in the walls. And let's just go up. Oh, nope. Slipped up. Okay, actually in a decent resource situation here for a change. Just try to do this segment cleanly. These enemies really do cause problems. Oh, like that. Just trigger every trap. It's better if we do it that way. Whoops. Okay, at least we're at full silk for a heal. Maybe we should try to use it before we run into maggots down below and squander all that. Yeah, previously we found... Oh, nope, didn't work. Yeah, last time that was a pretty close call to begin with. I guess now we need to build enough silk to shed the maggots, but we can wait until we get into the top room to do that. Possibly. Or not. Yeah, it's okay if we take another accidental dip or 3 or 4. I guess that'll just happen. You know, there's eventually a progression item that gives you maggot immunity. That would make such a difference. At least in this zone. Not saying there will be one, but I almost think there might be. Since it's such a massive environmental obstacle throughout this entire area. I feel like it's more difficult to deal with than the progressive cold damage that we had in the cold zone. For sure. He managed to shed that though. Now we need to grapple over to that spot. Okay. Yeah, and if we can get enough silk going for heals, that would be great. Up. Especially because we're running into every single thing here. Nope. Those ones are so hard to deal with. Okay, so we need to do the group fight first. And if we aim accurately with a drill, that solves a lot of problems. Also, we're not getting silk back at the beginning of the fight. So we need to watch out for that. Good. Kill the other one. position. You know, these ones... Well, we'll see. Curve Claw does work well against them, but we don't want to both blow through too much ammunition between rounds, I think, when we do alternatives. Dreadstorm works well against them too, but we currently don't have enough silk to work with. Okay, that works. Trap, let's stay in the corner. And just a double trap later where we'll also stay in the corner. Just circle around these ones as much as we can. And then they give you lots of silk in return. So if we can just get into position for some of that. Okay. Let's just try to hit. Stay out of the maggots if we can. Good. Next round, trap, stay in the corner, 2 swipes. Previously we used the Dreadstorm to get out of this phase. Building up silk from heals might be better though. We'll just take it patiently. Good, boss time. Now, air dash out of the suction. And then let's spam Curve Claw against him early. Stay grounded as much as we can. And just air dash out of that. Let's see what we can do. Traps. Stay in the corner. We are out of... Oh. I feel like we need to deflect those. We can get in a drill position on top of them, that's great, but... Okay, environmental damage will take care of those, but let us sweep. No, this is a problem. Oh, this is a huge problem. Jumped right into that. And then, look at that, 3 points of damage. Oh. Yeah, and we spent so much of the Curve Claw, we don't have ammunition on it. Because we just dumped that thing on him. Well, for the purposes of this fight, it might be worthwhile to dump some shards and refresh. I was hoping that many hits on a Curve Claw would get us through a big chunk of the fight, but we need to do something about the explosive attack. I think the idea is that you just need to get out of range, but maybe it is deflectable. I don't think we want to change the current setup, though. Everything that we have... Drill, Curve Claw, Dreadstorm has been useful. But it might be necessary to farm up a little bit. With a boss that takes up that much space, traps are also pretty appealing as a possibility. We have no ammunition on a lot of other stuff too, long pin, etc. Conch Cutter is good. It does kind of approach going down though, at a downward angle. That might not be what we're going for here. Now, Injector Ben, is it really necessary with the fights that we've been seeing? Maybe this is one that we want to switch off. And switch back to Memory Crystal with damage output. Or we actually kind of want Silk Replenishment to deal with maggot problems, possibly. I feel like the idea that we had for that fight, staying in a corner, actually does work. It's just that we need to do something when we have the big explosives come in. But, you know, just standing there and camping and letting the traps do their work, that does seem to be beneficial in some small way. We need to think pretty carefully about this because, yeah, if we can get to that phase, I do want to try to dump Curve Claw on the boss again, but, you know, again, we're going to get through a huge bank of currency here if we do the 140 beast shards right away. I think we need to. Want to get through the fight. And hopefully on each successive run back up, we'll just farm up enough shards to cover at least some of that. Now that we have a slight surplus to work with. Well, I mean, from what we know so far, this has certainly surpassed the Last Judge as the longest run back. The most challenging run back that we've had to do by far. I mean, you know, the run back to Last Judge wasn't even that bad, really. It's just that we had a lot of self-inflicted mistakes extending that. But this one, it's a challenging run the whole way through. Okay. We know with the explosive enemies, at least, that they give you a decent bank of resources. Whoa, that didn't work at all. Not that we had rosaries to lose. Okay, let's not lose to this bit. We lost to this bit. Yeah, I keep thinking that grappling into those will give me a bounce. They really don't. Those don't work well. I mean, at some point we really should decide whether this run back is worthwhile. I think one thing, just for sanity, we do need to perhaps go back to the Gourmand's room to check the hint and see if the pickled muck maggot is in fact something we should expect to find in bile water. If there's something that's a clue to that effect. Because if it's not the case, then this could be quite different. It might be something that we push later. I mean, clearly there's going to be something big reward-wise at the end of this. And we are progressing on the fight. We just need to get back to the fight. So that'll be a later consideration. Let's just continue for now. I know we do take some deaths along the way. Well, that just stacks more shards for ammunition that we need in later proper attempts. We've only really had 2 attempts in Grohl so far, and the second one was a pretty considerable improvement. We might have started dumping ammunition on them too early, given that we were still learning the pattern, and given that, well, I know the pattern may have a phase 2 to it, if that didn't already count as the phase 2 of the fight broadly. Yeah, so we've learned a lesson. Let's not grapple into the big guys. Doing a lot better on this run this time, in that we're not on too massive health in this section. We fell way behind pace last time for some reason. Just ran into everything, really. Oh, nope. Over eager here. Oh, nope. That was a missed down swipe, and then we have massive problems now. Yep, they got sprayed there, too. Alright, let's try and make it across. Oh, nope. That's why we previously took that one out before we tried to start using him as a grapple platform. Well, we'll see. Oh, no. Just dove right into that. That was not our proudest moment. Luckily, these ones give so much self. From what we could tell. Back over this column. Go, got enough for a heal. Okay, let's not fall into the maggots. This is really quite tricky to aim. Getting to see the case for that infinite wall cling tool that we saw at one of the shops, which we have not acquired yet. The use case is precisely this room. And those like it. And yeah, it doesn't get enough height if you come in with a carpet window too low, so we should probably just kill it and grab the silk off of it. It's slow to do it that way, but I think it's much safer. I wonder if there is some kind of mug protection in this game that we can collect it at some point. Alright, let's continue. Okay, so, trap room. Let's try not to take too much punishment here. Oh. Okay, as long as we stay off the maggots, this could still be fine. Let's take the top half this time. It's traps, but better to do with traps. Nope. Oh, okay, made it out. On the edge of that sinking platform. Nope. It's so close. Love the final jump. Zoom over. Great. Okay. Let's see what we can accomplish here. We want to go for traps up top for that silk? I don't think we do. It's just too fussy to try to avoid trap damage up there. For some reason, always triggers slightly. I think they will. Okay. So, back to the Bottle fight. I think... Well, we have some silk in the bank right now. Maybe we should save it for the first heal. Or, for that matter, the first fall into the maggots below. We have a pretty consistent method for the first enemy phase, though. As long as we aim to drill somewhat accurately. That was not accurate, that we didn't get enough height. Yeah, I have to anticipate the spawn position, which is very clearly marked. Nope. Too late on both counts. There we go, caught it. Now these ones are consistently a bit of a pain to position against. Yeah, just need to kind of evade the first two shots. And then catch the third one. Oh, in great peril. And we're a long ways off from having silk for the next heal. Yeah, I need to kind of lure them. And then we can actually, well, first of all, stay off the trap. And then catch the explosive as carefully enough to get the heal. Then we get a bit of silk off of them. But, well, then we just get blown up immediately. That's not good. If we hadn't gotten blown up there, we would have stabilized, I think. Okay. Let's try to stabilize this guy off a couple of taps. Gonna need to lead him down. Okay. Maybe 2 more taps. Be very careful. Stay slightly out of range. Get him to tap in. There we go. Good. Traps. Go. Okay, we're stable. I'll adjust. If we can get Threadstorm going, that would be ideal. But friendly fireworks too. And we just lured this one the same way we lured the last one. If we're dealing with one at a time, that's feasible as long as we don't fall into maggots. Just try to swipe him for silk. We probably won't get enough of the maggot silk in this run, but we'll just tap and tap slowly. Just try to clear him over. Almost flip that. Ooh, that's bad. Okay. Okay, boss time. Now, we're weak enough in health that I don't want to do the ammo dump right away. Let's try to stabilize in the fight first. Then we do the ammo dump. If we can. That's not stabilizing at all. Out of range for that, at least. Let's try to tap in for enough heals. Nope. Okay, we don't want to stand too close because when he does a suction, then we're in big trouble. And then, well, we were in big trouble. I mean, at this point, we just need to do the fight without taking damage, because we're not anywhere close to a heal for sure. Again, that's why we're not expending Curve Claws yet until we figure out how to get through some of them more. And zoned out. Now, we could be at this all day. Quite possibly. Just given the length of the run. And the things that can go wrong in the fight. There were a few points there that we could have clearly done better on, particularly when it comes to just healing up. This was a mess, let's just redo it. And yet, it looks doable. We needed a better method for avoiding the boss explosives. And if it looks like we're stabilized and are able to press the advantage, then we can try to curve claw our way through it. We need to be a bit more accurate with the drills in the early ad phase before the boss itself comes out to play. Whiffing on the drills is really not great. Hitting with them simplifies that end of the fight considerably. Okay, let's go in. Okay, that makes it over. Again, safer to actually just outright kill this one. As long as we land accurately out of these swipes. The thing about the Growl boss is that it does seem like you have to stay pretty distant from it. So something like Threadstorm would still be good for the ad phases, but boss itself. Wonder if we should consider switching to something longer range. And then, yeah, look at that, just dashed in the wrong location, and then now we're in such a terrible state. We were previously at full masks, nearly full silk. Now we have neither. Oh, not enough room for a wall jump. Just do this and then use this point to replenish the way we've been doing so far. Okay, that gets you heals. Let's do this again and get around a silk going, maybe. Okay, a little better than usual, but then we have the whole traps area to get through next. This one has always spawned in such a difficult location. This one too. Sometimes we run into it in that spot, sometimes we don't. It really depends, and so that's okay. We're close to enough silk for the next heal, so let's get through it. Let's run through the traps here, I guess. Bottom right location in this room, I think we had checked. That was one that I had marked out as suspicious earlier as well. Okay. That's not in a great location at all. Come on. Need to outduel it slightly. Reload health. Here we can just float across. Well, almost bad connection. Except we're going to hit difficulties right away. We may just have to live with it going into the fight, and we'll just try to stabilize as soon as we can. Yeah, at least we have the cocoon available for silk early on. Maybe even the first couple of times can get me the first heal too. So let's leave the cocoon for a moment while we do the opening of the fight. Drill in quickly. Let's catch the second one as well when we can. Good job. Got it. Now let's see if we can tap for heals on one of these. Before we tap the cocoon, we'll try to get enough silk for one heal first. I think that's going to be a bit of a tall order now, but, you know, we leave it just in case we can get out of maggot trouble. That was very close, almost fell in. And now we tap. If we can focus one down, then we're in much better shape. Just try to dunk one at a time, and we can deal with those. Oh, got caught. That's okay, we have enough for heals as long as we don't fall into maggots. There we go, got him. Trap. And my feeling is that we heal in this position. Dart thrower needs to be drilled. That one can be drilled too, as long as we get above the spawn. They do spawn vertically in both cases. We can knock them out quickly. As long as we save enough drills for the boss phase as well. 2 swipes. Okay, friendly fireworks for that location. Now we get to the boss itself. Pretty good state in terms of resources. We need to mine the ads. We need to see how we're actually going to attack into this. Oh, well, not like that we don't. Okay. Nope, just getting smoked. Okay, we cannot get into its mouth. Need to figure out how we're going to do this. Whoa, no, no. Disaster. Maybe we drill the boss itself. Get above it. I feel like it's kind of King Dodongo logic here, where we need to deflect something into his mouth, maybe. I don't have any bombers or something I can throw at it, though, so... Traps. Let him go. Okay. No, we need to bait the projectile. And then jump away from it, if we can. Like, bait the projectile. That's not a projectile. And then, yeah, we were in mega trouble anyway, so... Nope. Okay. Expended some resources. That's why we didn't want to dump Curve Claw on it right away. Well, I mean, we got into the boss itself in a almost as good a state as we could have. I think we were maybe down by 1 mask or so, but once we fell into the maggots, that fell apart very quickly. We'll try to eventually do this part cleanly. And skip what we can skip. Yeah, we can just have a nice, tidy, and consistent run back. That's going to help tremendously in terms of just getting the attempts in to fight the boss itself. Yeah, we better poke it. I don't want to deal with it. Get some silk back as well, so... in case of situations like that. I actually wonder if you get swallowed by Grohl, whether you can thread storm out of that. Damage him from the inside. Like maybe there's some kind of secret quick kill on it or something. I feel like we shouldn't risk that kind of thing. Previously, when we've been swallowed, I didn't think I had the silk to try something like that, but... it is a possibility. Anyway, this is going a little faster than usual. This part here. Trap room, as usual, is going to prove to be an issue. We just don't have any kind of consistency on it because we have to play reactively to where the dart throws are. I remember poison dart throws being the absolute death of me in Prince of Persia earlier this year as well. There's something about that particular enemy type that we just struggle with. Better run it. Did we ever check the top left in this room? We must have. That wall caught my attention all of a sudden. And this wall here. Why did it stick out to me? Oh, no, we're in trouble. Okay. Now we're in deep trouble. I feel like we had checked it previously. And then look at that, we're just sniped again and again by those guys. Would have fan out in a dart, which unfortunately we just don't have a good way to parry either, I don't think. Okay, bottom right room is the emergency location here. Let's do that instead, even if we did need to fall down, and therefore we need the first batch of silk to be expended just on shaking off the maggots themselves. Maybe the thing you get at the end of this whole sequence is a maggot protection charm, and, you know, that would be totally proportionate to what we've been putting ourselves through. Get back to that fight and try to win it. Let's heal up a bit more here first. We want to be in as strong a position as we can be. And that means healing. Okay, that might be a good start, except we don't want to deal with this guy here. We might as well pick up a bit more silk while we're at it. Just in case of maggots, in case of maggots. Oh, no, it's there again. Okay. Nope. Missed it. Yeah, we absolutely have to shed them. We can also go for the top location, the top left location, and try to replenish resources in the next corridor instead. We keep on missing this. Missed. You know what? Let's just go. Let's just go. Otherwise, we'll be trapped here for ages. Better to replenish off of this guy instead, perhaps. Of course, we take damage, then doesn't do much for us either. Yeah, need to deal with another maggot problem here again soon. And this one respawns. Okay, nope. Lost a little bit of silk there just as I thought I was over the line. That's how it got depleted. Yeah, because the maggots really do eat away at what you have. Find ourselves coming back here. That is trapped quite a bit. Only to have to deal with the exit for that. The important thing, first of all, is the masks. So let's do that first at minimum. That's a little better. Oh, missing the swipes. Nope. Okay, we got there eventually. Almost feel like we've learned how to play. Okay, so back into the fight. We're in good shape. Decent bank of silk, full masks, cocoon available. Let's try to keep the cocoon on board as long as we can, in case of silk emergencies. It's way out of the way. And then we'll try to snipe this one, depending on where it spawns. Good. Nice and swift. Oh, getting caught. We have a little bit of lead time on the drill that does kill it before they spring up towards us. Yeah, that vertical spawn makes it easier to position a drill at least. Okay, that's gonna be a heal. Let's grab the silk. Almost fell into the maggots there, but we made it in the end. Get out. Okay, and then let's try to catch the other one too. Depending on its spawn. Need a lot of solid aerial control here for these fights. Good. Got lots of silk off of it too. Wait for the traps. Not going for that lower bulb of silk. Too dangerous. Trying to get friendly fire off of these ones seems to be the best approach, but we are in big trouble now, and oh, almost. Okay, big trouble. Let's try to just bait it out. Yeah, we'll probably lose in this fight since we just don't have enough silk for the next replenishment. Just on this round too that we started getting into trouble. There we go. Not enough silk to work with though. We can build up enough silk off of the next little punch here. Okay, that's actually good. Let's wait until we don't have a problem with the suction or the projectile attack. And we can heal. Yeah, we had to stop and bait the projectile. Or at least bait the attack. We let him move first. Oh, nope. Thought I could get around him that way. That was miscalculated. Badly miscalculated. And I forgot about the trap in that section. There's an audio cue for it, but we were in the middle of the drill attack and just weren't paying attention. Yeah, that kind of fell apart a bit in terms of going into the boss phase itself with only one heart. That was already one mask, I guess. That was already a pretty severe disadvantage. This is already also a severe disadvantage. I feel like we can do it. We just need to put in the attempts, and it takes a while to put in the attempts for obvious reasons. We're almost at about the 2-hour mark just doing this sequence over the course of this stream. In combination with the hour or so we spent doing the climb after our first attempt on it last time. Certainly, if you include the whole run back in the calculation, this is absolutely sort of in last judge territory already. The fight itself doesn't look too bad, to be honest. It's, apart from being resource intensive, which has been growing more and more dependent on the tools and depleting our bank resources, that has become more and more of a factor. But the boss itself, it doesn't seem too bad. The issue is just getting that far in the first place, and getting that far cleanly with everything that has to come before it. First with the whole platforming segment here, and then with the first phase of the fight after that, which fell apart late, but we were doing well for a while, and then kind of lost progress. Just let these give me a bit of room. Nope, once again, just so much trouble getting into this position. Oh. Well, at least there's some silk up top for us to grab on the way over, as long as we're quick enough. We're not quick enough. But we're back here at least, which is usually a pretty easy replenishment location. not in the best shape going into trap section, but at least that one spawned nice and early, so we... Yeah, this one, we have to wait for this one to jump out first. In that lower segment. We were previously bumping into it quite a lot, but... we get up this way, we're in slightly better shape. Now with Pipe Mask, let's not go to the bottom right to get trapped there while we're trying to replenish resources. Let's just try to get enough off of these ones naturally. Oh. Yeah, the thing is that because of the way the harpoon uses silk, we're having, for a moment there, enough silk to work with for the heal, but because we're still in the middle of the platforming sequence, didn't quite seal the deal on it. Again, we have to remember to try to take advantage of friendly fire in the late phase of the fight. Later, when we have to deal with these. Along with the downward spear thrower. We would actually try to pick up some silk here, but that's okay. Full mask going into this fight, that's better than usual. I don't know if we want to pop silk right away onto Cocoon. We might want to. Or just wait until we hit maggots or something, just in case. Okay, good. Alright, that's fine. And if we anticipate the spawn, then we can just take those out immediately. Traps. Next. If we weave around these carefully, that was not careful, then we can actually build up enough silk from... Ah, come on. Okay, well now we need the silk. And that's why we save it. Because then we can use it right away without having it depleted by maggots if we have had maggots come in already. Good, and then now we have silk for heals. Okay. Darts Rower, come out. Come out to play. Traps. And then another group fight after this. Oh, no, that's a problem. Big problem. Well, we just need to get enough diagonal taps off some of these then. Friendly fire will do it, but the thing is we have maggots on this, and so this is not a good position to be in. Okay. Bait the attack. Bait the attack. We already have maggots, so that's not a consideration. Although it is going to blow the whole bank of silk. Projectiles? Nope, nope. That's why we had to wait for the attack. Let him signal what he's doing first. Okay, that did a bit of damage. Oh, that caught me anyway. We just haven't been able to get a word in edgewise in that. Haven't been able to find an opportunity to attack. Yeah, if we kind of get in and swipe them like that, just one little swipe at a time. But if we take too long, I wonder if the ad phases just kind of cycle back infinitely. They might, and we need to listen for the traps. Bait that out. That was lucky more than anything at the time. One enemy at least. Oh, Oh, okay, we've been blown up, and we've been totally blown up. So yeah, only one enemy on the spawn there. So maybe if we take out both of the ads, they just don't come back. Because that one disappeared for a while, but then we only got one of them back, rather than both. Now, I thought we had a previous attempt where we did, in fact, take out the additional spawns only to encounter more of them. But we'll have to see. Obviously, the horizontal dart throw is a bigger risk when it comes to incoming damage. So, if it's optimal to leave one alive, maybe we should leave one alive. We went too far. Wasn't paying attention. Anyway, because we're getting a little better practice at some of the early segments. Can do it a bit more efficiently. Oop. Close one there. This has been tidier than usual. We still need to tap this one though. Too dangerous to try to grapple over it the way we've been doing in some of the faster attempts before this. Like so many hits. Okay. This is one of the best attempts we've ever had up to this point. Obviously there's a lot of room for it to fall apart, but the fact that we've done that much better is very encouraging. Things are perhaps getting a little more familiar. Can't necessarily say the same of some of the later rooms, particularly the ones the dart thrower comes out, but... Okay, he's gonna come down that way, that's fine. And this one here, let it come up first, and go under. There we go, very clean. Cleanest we've ever done it. Cleanest we have ever done anything in this segment, actually. Getting through here with pretty much full resources. So we need more attempts like that if we are to ultimately make it through and not get into exactly the problem that we're demonstrating here. Well, that's good. We get maggots and we'll just try to build up enough silk to shed them off as soon as we get to a safe location to pause for a moment and shrug them out. Okay. Not perfect, but a lot better than usual in terms of the time it took to come back here in a playable state. I guess we'll just have to start 2 mass down and keep the cocoon for the first refresh. Oh, nope. Yeah, we needed right away, actually. Nope, got caught right away. I'll try to tap this one a normal way, if we can. Just to get some silk back for the next heal. Try to get some silk going here. We should have just drilled it at this point, but bit of a liability not to. Yeah, this has not been going well. We should have just revived and drill again. Not sure why we're messing with a method that worked. But at this point, the fight was going badly enough that it made sense to conserve resources and just come back again. Yeah, we were kind of off the usual drill pattern and struggling to get silk back to replenish health that time, and so that was a bit of a negative cycle. Just about an ideal run going up to that point, though. Easily the best we've ever done on the run back itself. In terms of not having to stop and start too many times along the way to make up for mistakes. Whoop. Speaking of mistakes. Build up a little bit here. Oh, no. Almost got caught. Bad positioning that time. Slipped up a bit too much. Okay, so try to make it back over to this location. And we will tap this one as before. So many swipes. I mean, you're obviously supposed to use that as a grapple location if you're playing ideally, but we are not in any sense playing ideally, so we're going to bust him down instead. It takes about like 8 or 9 taps to do that. Oh, no. All right inside. Let's get some replenishment here first. Yeah, because if we're in a good health situation against the Grohl fight, we should really aggressively dump all of our weapons on it, but it doesn't make sense to go all in until we've kind of stabilized a little further in the fight, particularly if there's a second phase, which would, taken in its totality, be a third phase in that room. Oh. So much rebuilding just to hit that spot. Those one come up. Oh. Bad timing that time. We had the right kind of approach, I think, but yeah, man. These ones, they're so hard to evade once they start shooting. These narrow corridors. Okay, this time around we'll probably need to take the replenishment on the bottom room. Well, we'll see. We'll try to do it without first, but if we start taking lots of explosive damage, then... Or if we get maggots, then we do absolutely need to camp this spot for a bit, and then probably hit maggots again on the way out, so... That's okay, if we build enough silk to deal with it, and that shouldn't be too critical an issue. Oop. As long as we don't die to accidentally jumping into one of these before we had a chance to properly heal up. Okay. Grab some more silk off of these if we can. Just in case of immediate maggot problems. And let's go. One of the cleaner sequences we've had through that before. And so, oh, nope, only to take a dive right away. All that work to do this properly. Absolutely want to shed those immediately if we can. Otherwise the effect from them does linger and compound, so we absolutely don't want to be dealing with that. And we will go back to this fight with full mass this time, which is an improvement. Now let's get drilling. And avoid the first round of darts if we can. Okay. Good. We just try to evade this one. Might not need to spend a drill on it. This is just one. As long as we tap it and evade the downward darts. I was standing a little bit close, but doing worse. Let's bait it over. There we go. Good shape. Traps. Stand back. Okay. You know, that's a lot more sensible. Let's bait the other one again. Getting a bit close in places, but bait him. And again. There's a pretty substantial knockback when you do tap into them immediately. Okay, took a bit of damage there, but otherwise we're fine. Double trap. Silk's still available for the next phase. Okay. Which means we can go like this. And live to tell the tale. And then that means we can heal into the next phase with full silk if we take damage. Okay, this is great shape to be in as long as we don't just get killed instantly. So I say we try to do the curve claw strategy and just kind of camp the corner a little bit. Oh. Okay. Oh, got caught. We will go for silk. We're dumping ammunition to him anyway. Let's try to see if he's doing projectiles here. He is. Yeah, when he jumps towards us, that's the chance to tap. That's a lot of ads. Okay, we'll need to tap in for a heal relatively soon. Yeah, when he dives in like that, that's when we want to tap, but we haven't had a chance to do it. Kind of missed on the drill there. I couldn't stay in position on the drill that time, unfortunately. Is he gonna spit? Good. Oh, nope. Almost. That felt extremely lucky to a point. But we need to get out of the darts there. Yeah, the ads are my opportunity to have some silk replenishment. We just haven't been able to do it. Traps. Oh, another face. Wow. Okay. We're in big trouble. Well, now we know what the last phase is, and we're going to be totally out of resources by the end of this. It's a projectile phase. Yikes. Jump down. Nope. Jump down towards me. Nope, not close enough. Yeah, we just need to stay low. Dodge everything. Traps. Maybe we can do this. Stay low, bait the projectile. Nope, he's not gonna do it. However, no more ads at least, from what we can tell. So we just need to stay in position. Might get caught by the explosives if he spits them. And I just haven't been able to get an attack down. Jump down towards me, come on. Tapped him once. So we need to do it that patiently, essentially. Oh, no. Okay, now we're in trouble. If those are starting to respawn. Yeah, we're totally going to get caught by a dart at some point, I think. Come on. Just get in close. Get in close. Oh, boy. I nearly got dumped on top of me here. Let's just try to get a single tap on him. At some point, just one tap at a time. One tap at a time. He just dives in close. He's not diving in close, but we have to stay in the corner. We don't want to play against the traps. Something like one of the ads throwing darts at me is kind of the main risk factor at this point, I think. Because we can just camp here indefinitely as long as we're conscientious about dodging. I just haven't had a chance to swipe him yet, but we camp here until he dives in close. Then, no. Well, I mean, you know, we were in such great peril just being down to one mask. If we can get a little health going there, then we might have something. That was by far the best attempt we've had. We dumped resources on him too aggressively. I think that we need to, if we're going to go for the curved claw strategy, wait until he is in that phase and then dump everything on him. We didn't know that because up to that point we hadn't seen that there was an additional phase of the fight. I kind of assumed there might be, but we hadn't seen confirmation. That does look like it's the last phase. We currently don't really have enough ammunition to go on for a similar approach, either in the drills or the curve claws, so let's see. It makes sense maybe to run around a bit first, and since we're not losing any rosaries to speak of, we want to go back to that fight. We want to go back with full resources if we can. And so in the meantime, I think it makes sense to do what we said much earlier and take a break from that and go to the dining hall again to just give it a brief check and see if we get a hint as to whether the pickled muck maggot actually is kind of in the vicinity. Because if it's not, maybe we should approach that separately and come back with greater weapon power, which is also the holdup for what we were doing with the forum, that we're so close to getting something like a weapon upgrade, it seems, that it makes sense to maybe prioritize that first. And if we lose out on this cocoon here, that's fine. We're not really losing anything out of it. So, let's postpone that for the moment. I feel like we are in good shape with it, that we have most of the fight figured out, that staying in the corner there actually was the way to do it, as long as we can find a way to actually get an attack in, which we weren't able to do. But again, that's the case for maybe staying off the curve claw until that phase, because then if you can get into that phase, then you actually have a ranged attack for burning down the enemy. And otherwise, I was just trying to stay and play a little bit of keep away there, not fall into the maggots, and tap successfully enough to get enough silk for a heal, and we just didn't get far enough with that until we got caught by one of the projectiles. But it seemed like it was a very stable position to be in that fight, and very, very playable. So let's do a bit of a diversion first, and then we'll see if we can get back to that, because we were making very steady progress. And the main thing is we just want to roam around a little bit first to have a chance to get some shards back. We're going to take that fast travel point so we can just drop down below. I think that may be the fastest path. Or is it? Well, which way do you go to go down? This way. We still never figured out what this was about here on the right. We just don't have a way to break over to it. Might be something you have to approach from another room. It looks like we need some kind of switch that we have to hit here, though. We just never found it. Oh. Let's not die to this stuff. Rather too risky here. Rather too risky. Anyway, we're back in the dining hall, so let's talk to the guy and see if the clue corroborates that we should be looking at bottled water. And yeah, we'll give the current ingredient. At last, my master is withering away from hunger. Let us see what gifts you bring. So we'll pass number 4. The crust nut, stale and dull, you'll be thinking, yes, but ground to finest powder. That's when its tart taste blooms. Where's the last one? Your dally still. If you wish to earn your reward, you should be hunting down its ingredients, or do you need directions from a serving bug with some experience? Seek out a pickled muck maggot, a sacred treat, revered and reviled for its intensity. It was a specialty of the chef Lugoli, long ago banished for culinary sacrilege. Rumors sing that the great chef retreated to their home caves in the dank midlands below. Now, the dank midlands doesn't sound like Bilehaven, does it? That's interesting. Because doesn't that sound more like... Well, Shelwood, I guess. I mean, we had one off of Greymore earlier, didn't we? But Greymore's very dank, though. So maybe we should go back and try to uncover some NPC chatter if we can. Yeah, Greymore is where we got the second ingredient off of the cellar in the halfway home, so I feel like that wouldn't be where we return for an additional clue. The dank midlands down below. Hang on, let's read this clue again. Great chef retreated to their home caves. So could be Shelwood, actually. Realistically, it could be something like that. We should go back to Belhart and check. Belhart, of course, was where we got the courier quest. I don't know how much redundancy there is between locations, essentially. But we could check a number of the different NPC-related spots along the way. Let's go back to Belhart, I think, and we'll resume our search from there. Or, well, Yeah, the dank midlands below. I feel like that refers to either Shelwood or Greymore. Has to be one of the two. And likely Shelwood. So, yeah, so maybe this wasn't the way, but if we could get a weapon upgrade first, then maybe Bilehaven becomes a little more approachable, even though we weren't really using our standard weapon all that much. Anyway, let's get up to a fast travel point. Again, safely if possible. Can we actually get up through the ceiling where we came? Yeah. Oh, these enemies can actually get some rosaries too, which is ideal. Oh, is this new? This side. Maybe that's how you get around to that glowing spot. Did we not see this previously? This little area? Or had we? It seemed like we had collected something off of this NPC here, so... Yeah, it must have been here. So, lots to uncover still all over this area. We should just check everywhere in case we ever have more to uncover on either side. In particular, that, you know, there's still this glowing spot up above that we still can't seem to reach. But if there's a switch that we can hit, we should find it. Just need to check every corner, I think. Anything here? I Don't know if that is breakable. Doesn't really look like it. Looking for something like a switch that would allow me to open some doors. I was thinking it might also be something you have to approach from a separate room, like going right to left past the wheel segment on the right half. But I think that's not something we're bound to discover right this moment. Let's just get back out. And yeah, we steadily replenish our weapons as we do this. If we approach Shellwood from the Bellhart's side, perhaps we will encounter something relevant. There are so many of the NPC locations that look like icons on the map all over this that we can't always keep track of what we have or haven't visited. Well, I mean, we've visited them, but in terms of whether there's any state change to them that we should go back to when we have additional quests. Nothing too new from any of these. You know, we do have the rosaries to do this if we break some beads, but I'd rather not yet. I'd like to do that, but rather than using the rosaries that we have on reserve right now, let's just try to farm them up naturally by exploring. So yeah, we'll go to all of those side caves. Oh, I warn you not to stray far from Bellhart, but you look the look of one who can manage himself. Yeah. Yeah, let's check all the locations we can just to make sure we can keep them straight. In this room, we'll go top left. I don't remember what that was, but we'll check every room. This was for the quest. Ah, this was for the polyp quest. Maybe this is the character we're supposed to talk to. Or Rare Root. Time will come soon. The time of birth approaches. Okay, so I guess not. Let's look at the other marked location that's on the left. I mean, do these count as dank midlands? They kind of do. Spare a song for those who lay here silent. Their strength abandoned, they fell before the final ascent. Did I actually try playing here previously? I feel like we should do it. In case something happens. Maybe not. Yeah, I guess doesn't really do much. So we've been here previously. Get some rosaries at least. It's not the location. Don't know what it could be. It could be on the Greymoor side, potentially. Maybe we should ask on that side as well. Because that's where things are really wet. We'll even pick up some rosaries along the way that we can lose later. Yeah, I don't really have a sense of where we should be checking that clue, but it does seem to imply to me that we were not quite chasing the right idea by assuming that Sinner's Road and Bilewaters would be the way to go for the muck maggots. If we're following the trail of the chef instead. Our courier quests. Pilgrim's Rest, Conclave, Queen's Egg. I thought we had done the Pilgrim's Rest run previously, so I guess maybe these are repeatable if you really want the income. We never figured out where Queen's Egg is supposed to be delivered. And I'm not going to promise it until we do. Although, I mean, I guess if you fail it, then it just resets. Yeah, Conclave, of course, is much more distant. That we really want to grind up some income for additional currency. Yeah, Conclave is kind of a long ways for that. Way further than the previous courier quest, although not as time sensitive. You'd have to go through the whole central Coral Chambers passage, probably. Although maybe now that we've opened up the alternate passage through the exhaust organ of the Grand Bellway, that might be possible as well. I didn't really consider some of this. Let's go to the Greymoor side first, just to check a few locations there. Might as well have a chat with the halfway home again when we can. Let's not be so sloppy about this. Particularly because we can get rosaries off of these ones. And we'll have a little chat here. In case there's any insight. Yeah, nothing new then. But if you want the Dank Midlands, well, where could that be? I mean, maybe something like Sinner's Road still qualifies, but we didn't find any where to look for a chef. Does the architect and the cauldron count? 12th architect? I mean, I doubt it. Doesn't really sound like it, but maybe that's worth considering since that is an NPC location. I don't think... No, the cauldron is where all the fire is. So it doesn't necessarily make sense. I think we need to consider this a little further. Yeah, because it's not going to be redundant with one of the existing locations that we had checked. Moss Home, for instance. Also, it occurs to me now, this area left side of the blasted steps, we never actually did see that opening to the left. In the passage that is close to where Hornet would exit the Kingdom of Farloom, if she so chose, which she has elected not to do. What else would even make sense here? Maybe even all the way back down to Bone Bottom, for all we know. But then what was the first ingredient that we got? First ingredient was Moss Home. And that's already been accounted for. Second one was Halfway Home. Third one was... which was it? That was the courier quest. That was the escort from Belhart. Fourth one was the one that we found over in Sands of Karak. With the crust nut. I'm not sure how that would really narrow things down for us at all. There's some kind of missing chef. Maybe we should check the Sinner's Road area again in case there's, I don't know, someone caged. It's not really clear on what we'd even qualify for this. Thank Midlands down below. That seems a little bit unspecific in terms of what we can uncover and who we can even talk to. There aren't really friendly NPCs in Shellwood to talk to, for instance. I don't know if there was anything else that we might have uncovered on our way out of Greymoor. Maybe we should check some of those locations on the left side. I don't even remember who was there, so let's go back. You know, Greymoor kind of qualifies again. And then we'd want to traverse all the way to the left side of this zone. Already have silk, don't need that. Let's just not get jumped by any of those. Who was even here? I don't remember this location. Or what we got here. Oh yeah, no, we were here previously. That was the Reaper location. I think. One of those was. Yeah, this was the Shrine of Reaper. It's all the candles have gone out. Let's go up one rung. Past this one here. That works better, as we discovered from previous experience. What about this location all the way back here? Oh, you know what? Maybe it is this. Locked bell home. Call it. Yeah, this has got to be it.
No.
We didn't previously interact with this. Shoo, I say, unless you brought a worthy specimen with something truly nasty inside them. Bzzzt. Otherwise, leave the great Yarnaby in peace. So, we never actually completed whatever interaction this was. So, maybe this would be it. But then, what kind of specimen would we bring? We never actually figured that out.
No.
So, there's something. A specimen with something truly nasty inside them. So, I think it makes sense for this to be the chef who pickles the muck maggot. But then you would need the muck maggot. And then how do you actually bring one? Or... yeah, it was something truly nasty inside them. Maybe that's off of the boss in Bywater. So maybe that's the sequence, is that you still need to finish that. And then bring something off of that boss back to this location. But it does look like this is where the quest will probably ultimately be completed, if I had to guess. Because I don't know where else would we go to complete that. Something truly nasty inside them. Well, let's heal that first of all, and then let's check over here. Yeah, so you got the muck roach. Roaches breed rapidly, so are sometimes farmed for food. Maybe if we go back to Sinner's Road and whack stuff all over the place there, maybe we can find something. Roach feeder, muck roaches. Lean diet of maggot gruel. Roach catcher. So, if we go back to do something about the roach tribe in that area back in Sinner's Road, maybe that can get me to something. I'm just wondering if it is would be preconditioned to do the whole sequence in Bywater that we've been crashing against. But it seems like there's an implication here. I'll find something with something truly nasty inside. Well, what could that be? Bloat roach. I mean, there's all the bloat roaches, but then we can't actually capture anything off of those, can we? So I still think that there's maybe some condition here that you need to take out the Bywater boss first. Take out Grohl up top. Just trying to see if maybe there's an alternative that presents itself if we just study what the different enemies are. It's got to be something that is maggot related. Bile sac in his abdomen. So yeah, I think we go back to Sinner's Road, Bywater, take out what we can, then see if maybe there's something that connects to whatever's going on here. But I just don't see anything collectible in that area. And we might not until we've beaten that boss. Let's just read this again. I think this is definitely what we were being pointed to from the clue about the chef, though. That we're looking for Yarnaby. Indeed. So that at least solves that problem. Maybe. From what we're assuming. Another thing that we can do is we can try to farm up some of the pins. Again, we're just trying to farm up materials again so we have enough ammunition for the big fight. So if we're doing some other quests like that in the meantime, that could get us over to it, perhaps. And get us some rosaries in the meantime, too. Whoops. I'm just trying to think about whether there's some room here that we didn't previously properly interact with. Over in the Sinner's Road. You know, some corner that could get me a relevant item. Bottle would traverse so thoroughly at this point. But I don't know if there's anything to pick up there that we haven't looked at already. There were some locations that maybe are worth checking a second time. Because they seem like dead ends. Mysterious dead ends at that. Difficult to say. Well, why don't we go back down to the Belbeast Point in Greymoor? And see what we can uncover. Nope. At least we can gain enough height on these now. Previously just swiped them. Here we go. Okay, so what we were doing, we were either going to Bowwater to search a little further in the area, or we could go back up to the Citadel to see about the pin bugs, in which case we might want to go over to the Songclave area one more time. A couple of other things we still need to reveal. Going over to Sinner's Road might have been easier from this side, actually, and then we traversed through it as before. Maybe go up to the cage area. However, from Biowater, we now have the means to just loop back through the exhaust organ as well. We do kind of need a step in bile to do that, but yeah, let's see. I don't even remember which other rooms there might be to check here. But maybe we should search around there for options other than just going all the way back to Bilehaven. And see, there were some other side rooms here that I think were just Please, like if you look at where we went to in Sinner's Road. So, not clear to me how we'll proceed with this one just yet. Of course, we could always just farm rosaries and trade those for shell shards. Not that we've that at any point in this game. Yeah, it needs a truly nasty specimen. I mean, you know, the boss would certainly qualify. Growl up there. Still not quite on a full bank of ammunition just yet. I still wonder about some of these middle spots here. That it seemed like there were a few spots in the bottom right corners, a set of rooms in Bylewater that we never figured out the purpose for. It might be worth it to return to those just to give them another sanity check. Oh. We really haven't made any meaningful progress today, apart from experiencing more of the fight. But in terms of tangible results, we haven't really picked up much of anything. But if we can check some of the top rooms and see about this specimen that we've been told about. For example, whatever was on the side room top over here. Could be in here, but I think we can. Let's check below. Just check one of those segments that we were already thinking about earlier, and like this section here, we double jumped along to go up maggots, of course. We jump up this way and up this way. Get hit by the trap. So you see, this we'd seen previously. We never figured out what any of this was for. Or that. Or the top right side here, for that matter. We'd never figured out what this room was for. Probably don't want to get wrecked down here either. So what was this space even doing here? I feel like maybe something that hasn't been triggered here yet that we will eventually need. Because we never saw anything to collect on this end. We know that taking out these enemies didn't seem to do much of anything. Yeah, we're just getting smoked here at this point. Oh. Well, there was that lower passage. No, there's so much that we haven't been able to follow up on here. Well, can we make it over without being hit? Let's see. Nope, we can't. Well, so much for the cocoon up at the top of the boss run back. That we had preserved all the way to the boss phase previously. Let's get the rosaries back. Whoop. After we get the maggots off first. What kind of nasty specimen is Yarnaby even looking for? It has to be something maggot related, which is why we're coming back here, but like it looks like the natural solution to that is just to finish the water boss, but I'm trying to figure out what we can do without doing that yet. And yeah, this is just through the exhaust organ again for whatever that is worth, and then maybe we're supposed to look for something caged. I don't know that we ever saw this room very exhaustively. Like this corner here, for instance. We must have done that loop. Oh, getting hit pretty hard. Let's try to just get the kill on it. So, a lot of maggots down here. Why would we possibly go to the left side of this area? Unless there's something to push into. Nope. Now we've got maggots in only one mask, and so this is a particularly bad position. Yeah, so that can't be right. I mean, if we can go down to the bench in the next room, then we should, but... big crossing to make there in the meantime. Yeah, that just sets you back down. That's fine. We can make it to the bench safely, then we're okay, but... see about these aerial roaches. Or we... or just how safe we are or are not. Let's not get hit by that. Check the cage segment on the right. We haven't been back there in some time. Oh wow, this projectile stay on for so long. You cross all the way up top. Have we seen this hut previously? I'm not sure we had. I think this might be new material. Roland Benjamin. Why you coming in here all treading muck with that nasty looking poker by your side, eh? Yeah, why you coming in here? We ain't done nothing wrong. We ain't all twisted like them roach keepers. He's come to kill us, Benjamin. The blimmin' end for us, old mate. Har har. I mean you no harm, good bugs. I cut down only those who bar my path. That's so. Well, them keepers outside ain't inclined to let strangers pass by, so you'll be making good use of your poker there, missy. Okay. Do we get to talk about anything else? Roaches outside. Why are they kept in pens? They seem a dangerous creatures, or cage, or tame. Us more bugs gotta eat, don't we? They're wild, fast breeders, them muck roaches. Hard shells and tough meat. You can even crack them open, but options ain't plentiful, so we ain't choosy. I feel like we're on the right track here. I feel like we're definitely in the right track. Look at this. Ain't so bad to eat once you're used to it. The guts is the best bit. Them's a choice cut, and we ain't had it for ages now. Our life is tough, alright. Benjamin here is wasting away before us, poor wretch. Tugs at your emotions, eh, missy? How about you put that poker to good use? Go poach some of them roaches and get us some tasty guts. It'd be fair trade waiting for you. Okay, this looks like it's going to be on track. And then possibly we get something that we will then take to the chef, and then muck roaches are everywhere along these old roads. Just find a few and pluck their guts out. Easy as sin. Yeah, those are the ones that kind of crawl and roll around. So let's do that. How many do we need? 10. Yeah. Okay, we can do it. Finally, new material for us to look at. Because if that's what is needed to resolve the weapon quest, then we're in much better shape than crashing against a bile-water boss indefinitely. So let's go down to the lower roads, because we know lots of roaches abound over there. And these ones are the muck roaches. Yeah, roach guts. There we go. Alright, we better get back to safety soon before we too many issues. That doesn't look reachable, this one here. But we can just keep on coming back to this room, probably, and respawn them. Maybe. No, maybe not. Well, that's okay. We have other roads we can go to here, if they stay dead since we're on a quest. I'm glad we didn't have to search too long to find a candidate for how this area was going to continue. Oh, I really do love to catch you out with that. Oh, and look at that, that's death. That's okay, it just means that we respawn everybody at the bench, and it's close by, so we just need to go back for the rosaries, and look at that, we're kind of back in full ammunition now too, which means that after we complete all this sequence, we could potentially make a good solid run at the bile water boss role once more. We don't get hit by absolutely everything on the way down. Come on. Okay. Need to work on swipe timing. Still. Okay, more roaches. Just whip it this way. What do we get within range for? Storm. Against those. Although if we're in the cages, it's not like we could loot them in that position anyway. We know that we're about to look at over here. Oh. Wow, we really do have some trouble with these. Better get up and maybe heal up. Bench here before this one's projectiles catch us. I should respawn some roaches. What it is still holding items for us is anyone's guess, but there we go. But we freed the prince. Don't know where the prince went so far, but I'm sure there will be another encounter at a later point. Okay, so roaches do come back here, as I would expect. I've got to be pretty close in the guts at this point. Let's see who else we can bait out of here. That one. Good jump there. We'll need a little bit more. Go back to the other room. heal up first. And that's it for the guts. Now we return that, and let's see what else there is past that point. That seems much more straightforward than some of the other recipe challenges that we've done, but then that's obviously not going to be the last step. We need to take it to the cook. Then maybe there'll be some other task beyond that, so it's going to be complicated. We'd better heal up somewhere. Although we're not too far off from the bench. Let's just return everything for the quest. Take the upper path, I think. And just skip across the top. Someone's carrying a delectable scent. Come to deliver us what you promised, Missy. Yes, we have, so... Now what do we get in return? Do we get the muck maggot that needs to be pickled? Smells overwhelming. I ain't never seen so many roach guts at once. Benjamin, old mate, get a grip on yourself. These guts still need cutting and cleaning and stewing. You got a lot of work ahead of you. Fine by me, Krull, if it means such a feast. We'll be eating like they do up in the Citadel soon enough. I mean, maybe this is just a chef. What about you, Missy? You'll be joining us for this exquisite meal. Well, can we just take one to go, please? I'm afraid not, sirs. I must keep moving, and I fear the taste of such a delicacy is wasted on me. I was hoping as much. Two can sing, but three's too many, eh? Har har. Still, maybe this tool is enough for you to remember us by. A pointed weapon of my own making from when I used to wrangle the muck roaches myself. I bet you'll get some good use from it. So maybe we need to talk to them again to get it, because I really feel like this is pointing towards the dish that we need. So maybe they have an additional quest for us. Tax. Short pins designed to be scattered along the ground. That's what I thought the sting shards would work like, but the sting shards ended up being like Hornet's aerial traps from the first game instead. But for grounded enemies, like, this is closer to what we imagined in the first place. It said the Moors used to grow a bounty of fresh food way back before that Citadel set us about catching their fallen thread. Sounds right lovely, Missy. Always eating, never troubled by no grumbling belly. Har har, you're like a hatchling, Benjamin, so given to fancies. Now, breeding roaches is what keeps us from starving. Dangerous work and not the finest diet, but we ain't complaining. Especially as more and more of them keepers are succumbing to this strange sickness. Only means more meat for us. Har. So, can we not get more meat off of them? I guess we still keep on talking. The beasts outside and their masters alike are all ensnared by this land's silken affliction. You are lucky, bugs, to have not succumbed. The haunting. Oh, we've got all that worked out. Benj and me are a right pair of philosophers when we bend our minds to it. It's faith that gets you. It's all caused by being too devout. Yeah, or maybe not being devout enough. Or maybe it's safest not to think about it at all, har har. We're all fine here, Miss Content, like perhaps we're time you made your way, eh? Yeah, be on your way, and thanks for your help there. So, how come this is a dead end then? Because it really feels like this is supposed to be... the Gourmet of Farloom quest. How on earth did that not pan out? I had a strong feeling about this as being the spot that would fulfill that requirement, and or at least fulfill a step. I'm actually kind of shocked that that was not it. What did I want to sing about? Nothing left but dust to sell, sat amidst a putrid smell. Knock me on the head, old girl. Nothing left but dust to sell. Gray guts, ragged shell. So I'm surprised that that was nothing. In the end. I mean, we got the tax, I guess, but... maybe we do need to do the bottled water boss first. But how is it that didn't pan out? They were talking about how, you know, they've got the lovely dish for them and everything, and makes sense in relation to the zone. It seems so much like that would be the spot. What about this? This is new. Can we speak to anyone here? Okay, this is new. We hadn't done this previously for some reason. Okay, who did we just fight? Roach server. Okay, so this looks like it might be it. Who's next? Aha, this is the chef. Okay, and this is who we're looking for. So it is a boss fight that's going to lock quest. That's a little more proportionate, I guess. No, we do have maggots on us. Because the attack does that to us. So we need to be really careful with the soul budget. Okay, pretty close to a save point though, so it's okay if we have a cocoon here. We at least know where the fight is now. I wonder why we didn't see that previously. We clearly had been to that room. Oh, I see. No, because we previously went to that room before we had a double jump that would allow us to go to the top corner. So we would have seen that top corner, but have been unable to reach it. We'll stay with the current loadout. But anyway, that is very clearly the last task for the weapon, though. Because we were told that's the chef that we should go for. The goalie, yeah. I wonder why I forgot that we actually were given the name when I thought earlier that maybe it had something to do with Yarnaby and Shellwood. But no, this area here is what we need. Yeah, so I guess previously we would not have been able to go up this ledge when I came up this area. Right, because this area just requires double jump, so. Okay, let's try to fight these without expending too much time. But if we're going to have maggots being thrown all over the place, we might just have to accept that we're just not going to have Silk in this battle. We'll try to get out of this phase and then heal up immediately then. And we can just try to avoid damage for the rest of it instead. Okay, the goalie, let's get you in here. Yeah. Yeah, we were expecting something like this because, you know, we've done such a variety of tests for the Dishes of Farland quest. We've done the escort, we've done a lot of searching around in different locations. We've done basically a variety of tests that are representative of Silksong on the whole. And okay. We can actually sneak under and swipe. That's the idea. Stop. Then we sneak under and swipe. Like that. This phase, if you take this approach, actually looks easy. Oh, as long as we don't do that. then we're in trouble. And then, yeah, I got into vulnerability there, but then we accidentally ran into that. I was about to just pick up enough silk for a heal, too. We almost had that going. Okay, that's fine. Really easy run back, considering what else we've been doing in this game with that massive run at bile water. Maybe we should take a different route down so we don't do this to ourselves. You know what? Let's try to build up a little bit here first. Yeah, we'll need to clean up the run back, but that can be done. Let's leave the silk in the middle as is for the moment. Actually, no, let's heal up like this and then replenish silk by doing the fight. Then we do this, and we just hop around. Try to sneak under. And as long as we position ourselves accurately. Then I think we can get in here and swipe. There will obviously be additional phases, but if we can get through this phase of the pattern easily, then we're in decent shape. Oh. Somehow we're in bad shape. Oh, that jumped. That fell apart quickly. We were doing well, and then we weren't. Let's just take lower path. That makes so much more sense. Yeah, lower path is totally doable here, and look at that, it's a really quick run. One of the fastest we've had. Yeah, let's just try to do this area accurately first. Save the silk until we need it. Okay, now we'll see what we can do. If we'd have to cocoon, we do, but we'll see what we can do in the meantime. And up. Just get out of that right away. Luckily, we had a really decent bank of silk behind that. Unfortunately, we got jumped once again for 2 massive damage. Now, let's consider whether we want to make any changes to the loadout. Because I think that we want to do something like silk replenishment here for this one instead. Let's try it with Druid's Eye. Having enough healing time is not the issue. Having enough silk, particularly shed maggots, is the issue. So we should make a change like that. We want to maybe switch out of some of these because we're retaining those. We don't want to be spending too much on repairing those all over the place until we've perhaps had a chance to save them for the Growl fight up in Wild Water. So makes a certain amount of sense to play traps or something instead. Replenish those. We can try something like that. Do like a double trap style. That would be kind of interesting. Just to play with it. Have a lower trap and an upper trap. Maybe not for the initial phase, but give ourselves enough damage to work with in an inevitable phase 2. Obviously not going to be useful against flying attacks, which are bound to trap. Oops. That's okay, we can get... well, we took damage, so we can't get Silk back right away, but we'll do it in a bit. And, yeah, might as well just pop a heal here. Nope, nope. Not working too well here just yet. But the Silk replenishment works nicely. Possibly. Let's just try to get back into a heal first. Hit by a lot of mega stuff. Try to get into a safe location. New phase. Oh, okay. So there's a diving and an ascending attack. Sprays more maggots. That's fine. We kind of overspent on the traps there. Maybe not a great idea, but we'll see. I don't know that we've made good use of attacks yet. Okay. You know what? Oh, with that a little bit. Got hit right away. We can get up to a heal again. Might be fine, but... oh, no. Really kind of tricky to dodge everything here. You absolutely do see the Druid Mossberry replenishment for the Silk making a difference here, though, so... we continue to stay on that idea. I think we're going to figure that out. Oh, got caught. Might as well just refresh here. That's okay. So I was just trying to bank up some silk there initially, but it didn't quite work out. Did hit the silk. Okay. Tap into this one quickly so we can get it out of here. Attacks are clearly doing some damage, maybe not much, but they're hitting. Seem to be a little weak though. I mean, I don't really know how much they're taking off, but it does allow me to mainly stay on dodging. Boss just self-damage a bit. Oop. That was a bit of premature heal. We didn't need to burn it right at that moment. Yeah, now we're in trouble. And then, yeah, that was a dive into the first phase transition. Or the first complication to the pattern. Overusing attacks a little bit. We don't have enough shards to really be a bit too dependent on a tools-based strategy. Yeah, these ones you can just kind of sneak under an uppercut. Mostly consistently, we just need to be a little bit more precise about positioning, but they fly up high enough after they swipe that you can sneak under it, and you got lots of time to do it, so it's actually a pretty relaxing phase once you find a method to do so. Got a little close there. Nope, I had an opportunity to heal there. We attacked a little too aggressively into that. First phase should be simple to get through, though. Should be able to just replenish silk manually and save the cocoon for when we need it if we can. Well, not that we play that badly, but yeah, this is a problem. build enough silk off of them. So we can. Let's try to get a natural heal going. Oh. Nope. Again. Nope. Just got stopped. Yeah, I had some issues with heal timing that time in terms of just finding the right locations. Kind of a nice break to have the quickest run back in the game after hours of dealing with the longest run back in the game. Prior to this. We've pretty much never been able to use the charge attack in battle. Oh, this is what happens when you don't have the injector timing on the heal. We've been a little bit too spoiled by his quickness. First splash launches. Then, yeah, you can read the pattern for when there's the forward charge, but as soon as you get hit out of it. Let's not forget to pop the cocoon when we have a good opportunity to use it. Okay. Might have been better to just take many swipes instead of trying to charge up there, but good. Not a good timing. I can get some silk out of that too. Getting into trouble now. Getting into way too much trouble. Fortunately, the maggots just spoiled my heal. We had a healing opportunity. Once again, maggots cut that off, so the one projectile that we took to the face did make a very impactful statement there. Focus one of them down at a time. It's about 6 or 7 hits, I think. We can get on top of them, that actually most things. I would assume that we have to deal with more of these later in the later phase of the boss set. Starts bringing some of the ads back in. I kind of doubt that this is the last we'll see of them in this fight. Oh, that's a big splash, and I'm surprised we were as safe on that as we turned out to be. Yeah, needed to grab that so we don't lose the cocoon. We were getting a little risky with that in terms of staying off for too long, even though we didn't need the silk that time. Yeah, need much better timing on the downward swipe. That's something we've been consistently doing a bit too close. But watch out for that dive in the center when it does happen. Good so far. This could deteriorate quickly if we're not careful. Like I was saying. So that does the splash and then it comes out. Does another splash again. That's fine. That's still just a new attack, part of the same pattern otherwise. Try to pull up a bit. Dive, up, and up. Really not that bad, actually. I think there's probably going to be an ad phase, if I had to guess. But we'll watch out for that when it comes. No, again, standing too close. We need to swipe much further away, as that's being a consistent source of death, that close dive that we do against these big targets. That's something we have had complications with before on other large-scale bosses before. That sometimes when they're big, I'm standing too close when swiping down if they happen to be bouncing around at the same time, and so can't underestimate those hitboxes. But otherwise, that felt under control. Oh. Getting a little sloppy here. Really sloppy here. Grab some silk off of him. Lots of silk, good. Standing too close. Oh. Let's go for silk now. There's a lot of silk actually. Could benefit from it. Oh, unfortunate. Really doubly unfortunate. You need to burn so much silk every time you take damage. Just because of the maggot problem. I feel like this is manageable though. Okay. A little bit more silk and we can heal. Oh, that's unfortunate. So after we got our health back up too. Okay, middle dive. Comes up. Comes up again. Okay, we're stable. Up and up. Too close. Too close close again. Oh, we got some silk. Okay, something else is a complication now. Diving into different locations. Okay, so not just the middle. Okay. Is that it? Another phase, right? Dead easy. Really easy fight, actually. Pickled muck maggot. There we go. That's the quest. Okay, well, let's get our trade in back in the Citadel. I'm sure there's probably going to be some additional step past that, like an additional boss fight or something. But let's take the win and back it up. Oh. Oh, unfortunate, but that's okay. And thank you for the GG. So, at this point, we go for the nearest fast travel point, which is going to be back in Greymoor. We take it back up to the Citadel. We drop back down, and then we'll see if we can progress a little further on the weapon quest. If the weapon quest is doable fully at this point, then we're at a much greater advantage. Going back to either the Forum or the Bilewater fight, which we've been holding off until we make improvements such as this. We have depleted our shard count quite a bit, though. And yeah, last time when we finally defeated the chef, we actually didn't really use the traps at all. It was just doable as a straight up sword fight with a needle. Despite taking a few attempts, really was, I think, one of the easier fights that we had so far. Surprisingly so, given the challenge of some of the other quest segments. That were all involved in this larger project of putting the feast together. Turned out the Sinner's Road was in the dank Midlands after all. I mean, I guess from the description of Pickled Muck Maggot, I guess that was the solution we expected in the first place, other than that huge climb up Bilewaters, which, well, now we'll wonder what lies there, if not the Pickled Muck Maggot, and if it's something indeed probably much more spectacular even than that. Let's head over to the Bellway first, though. And before we do anything, let's take the Ventrica transport instead. Same idea as previously. We'll go over the high halls and drop down. We'll take this bench. Oh, got jumped. Unfortunate, but we'll deal with it. Also, take some of those rosaries as compensation. Still wondering about the glowing spot up there. I bet we just need to connect there from a different room. Ultimately. Now, there was the bench right below us here as well. I wonder... Yeah, because you are down here. Oh, that's not low enough to be in the true lower level though, so... Maybe that was not it. Just in case this brings you to a capstone fight or something. Let's finish the quest. At last, my master is withering away from hunger. Let us see what gifts you bring. Yeah, I would not be surprised at all if the master here just turns out to be a boss in his own right. Pickled muck maggots said I banished chef's recipes, outlived them after all. Outlived them? I mean, you know, he doesn't know he's the... Well, he doesn't know the chef is still around.
That's fine.
Not so, sir. I claimed the maggot from the chef himself. I mean, they were around, but not anymore. Her brutish work continued, even with her shell claimed by cursed thread. Incredible, a bug so devout they could cook with mind expunged. This citadel was far too hasty to expel such brilliance.
Buenera.
With this, I fulfilled my promise, sir. The ingredients have all been delivered. I trust now the meal can be made and the oil awarded for my efforts. You'll have your oil. Well, firstly learn some patience. The dish must be prepared perfectly, enough to rouse my master and see them sated. Now, permit me to work my skill, and you'll stand to see a meal as scent and taste of a dazzle of Farloom in her prime. Taste, smell, texture, it is done. A meal to rival Farloom's finest. If it is a boss, next time if we lose on in the attempt, we'll change over to the spa bench, actually, because I remember that being close to this room too, just across the hall, essentially. But let's see what happens here. Maybe the master doesn't like the meal. Mighty master, how long have you waited to set your jaw upon so perfect a dish? Join us and dine. I feel like the loyal Mergwyn is not going to be rewarded in the way that he imagines. But let's see. Do I need to play along? Not so. This is totally a boss. Okay, that's a boss, if I ever saw one. Has loyal Mergwyn also been devoured? Well, we finished it, so... What do we get off of it? Okay, no, I guess not. Your master seems satisfied, sir. It is time you gave us what was promised. Yes, yes, it has been done, made and served. A dish to match my master's refined desires. The pale trifle is yours. Take it and leave. My master needs time to reflect and I must ponder on flavors anew. I'm surprised this was not a boss. I'm genuinely surprised. But let's take it. Pale oil, and let's get the weapon done. Leave us. My great master needs time to reflect and I must ponder on flavors anew. I mean, this is totally going to be a boss. Let's not kid around. There's no way this is the end of this story. I bet we come back and find that, you know, loyal Mergwyn has also been devoured or something. Anyway, pale oil acquired. Let's bring it back down to Belhart. Which means we'll connect somewhere else. Yeah, let's just head back up then. Back the way we came. Wonder how noticeable a damage improvement this will be, since we never really get some numbers, given the length and complexity of this quest. Hopefully the upgrade is substantial, but We shall see. Okay, Bellway and then Bellheart. And at that point, we should quite seriously consider making another attempt at Bilewater. In the case of both the Bilewater and the Forum, two fights that we've backed off on so far, I think we've reached relatively late phases on both of them. And so let's see. Again, we might want to farm a little bit more too, to do the Pin Choir Bug quest or something, just to collect more shards and just to build up more of a bank for further attempts. It's funny because we were capped on shards for so long in the early game before we started figuring out how to use the tools, and then now we're just completely broke on them every time because of the way we've been spamming the tools on various fights to get through them, even when we don't succeed. And so the whole stash of tools just disappeared on us. It would just bundled them up in the first place. Okay. Let's do the pale oil. God's glory. Do we actually have enough? We have 287. I mean, we can always break a 120 and then pay in if we feel like it. Oops. Also, do we have any relics to cache? I don't think so. But we have a couple of quest items that we haven't really resolved yet. Pinmaster, I've acquired oil with which my needle may see further sharpening. What wonder, what wish to steal a gift so fine? You are the pinmasters of our age that ever worked with such a substance. Tarano, we shall work now as never. What joy you grant this humble artisan traveler. Let us seek that shine thought lost within these lands. And now this pinmaster must work. Let the sharpening begin. Let's see what our damage output is like past this point. Needle sharpened. Done it is, marvel of Farloom. See how it gleams your long, fine blade. I've asked that the pins of our land all once held such shine. So much we have lost. Is he going to tell me that maybe there's a material that we can get for an even further upgrade? Let's see. This is fine service, Pinmaster. It has been a long age since I have seen my needle such. I had not remembered the finesse of its forging. Well, ho, it is certain yours is a blade of finer make than most, one of a few that could bear even more sharpening. Yeah, so there we go. Let's see what we can do. If ever upon your long road more oil is acquired, seek my service with haste. Who knows what form we could find deeper within your weapons sharpened steel. So do we get to pick that up as a quest or not? No, we just need to find the oil ourselves. Okay, so we have level 3 weapon now, and it is now a shining needle. Uniquely balanced for combat. The blade gleams sharper than ever before. Let's see how it does in an actual battle situation. Maybe by testing it against those choir bugs we heard about. But first, let's pop a 120 and pay for this. The other thing I'm saving up for is the simple key that is 600 something, which was at one of the vendors. And we'll just continue to save up for that, I think, because we do have a lock to match that too when the time comes. But for now, let's pop one here, just so we can spend down. And we'll see if there's some further reconstruction that will happen here. Can we talk about having done this? Bellheart, glorious, gleaming, and very, very safe. Stay a while before you begin your final climb. We'll come back here later. Let's do this first. We hadn't really noticed much of a result from the first tier of upgrades. The first tier of improvement. So we'll come back here and see later what it is all about. Let's get back up to the Citadel first. And maybe see about the choir bug quest. If we can find a good place to farm them. It's the ones with the long pins. We know where to find them, roughly. We'll try to get a sense of how much better we can cut things now. We'll just roam the halls somewhere in the middle. See what we can hunt. Maybe on this end. Maybe we should go down to one of the lower locations to see if we can poke a bit more. Because here to the left is mostly the crickets, I think. Anyway, back to Enclave. Let's talk here for a moment. Anything new? Not really. We want to figure out what's going on with the Green Prince at some point. Yeah, building up Sunclave is something that we'll save up for as well. We were actually pretty close to affording it if we hadn't popped a rosary. But let's see about the pin quest. Look at that, just instant killing these now. Single swipe. Or, well, maybe not. 2 swipes, let's say. This looks like a dangerous location to go back down. Let's find a different one. We'll try this out against the crickets though. Let's just get a sense for the damage output we're dealing with now. Let's maybe heal up a moment. Didn't dash out quickly enough. Hang on. Didn't get a good sense of it there. Let's go back down. I think if we go back to one of the other locations via Ventrica, we can find a better set to farm. Like maybe the bottom left one is closer to the choir bugs we want. I mean, I know which ones are the ones with the long pins. Maybe even the Aurum is the best place to really grind them, but let's just go here instead and hunt them down. Yeah, the ones that we want to look for, I'm pretty sure, are not these ones. Let's see. So many that we hadn't browsed to previously. So anyway, choir bugs. So it's these ones here, envoys, I think. Do those count as pins? Maybe they don't. reeds. Actually, no, it's these ones. We need these ones. So that's good. That's actually easiest to do. Maybe even not here in Coral Chambers, but at the Grand Bellway with the big climb up. Because we knew that lots of them were located there. So let's actually do that instead. Yeah, those are the ones with the pins. Not the ones with the staves. Okay, let's farm some. See about the damage output this time. Okay. Previously it took about 5 swipes. Now it takes, what, 3 maybe? Also, we didn't really loot it. Did we loot it? Pin-wielding choir bugs. It looks like a pin-wielding bug. Forester and Reed. So, Grand Reed uses the bow, though. But it has to be one or both of these two. But maybe there's a drop rate instead. Oops. Yeah, that's a pin for sure, so. Let's try to get it up here. I'm not really feeling the damage upgrade yet, to be honest. Maybe. Well, those ones aren't dropping what I want, though. So maybe it's not those. Unless it's a low probability drop rate or something. Or a different type. Okay. Let's see. Now we're beginning to feel the upgrade a little bit, perhaps. Okay, so these ones here, maybe we can do something. Any loot? No. So as far as pin-wielding bugs at Citadel goes, we're not really landing those yet, are we? And pins. Wonder what we're missing about that then. Also kind of tempted to go for the Beastfly rematch, although Beastfly, of course, was one of the hardest bosses that we faced so far. Or maybe it's these ones that have the grounded attack. Nope, nothing off of those either. I mean, they're pin-wielding bugs, so what's with the drop rate? If that is in fact the obstruction. See something signifying a pin room over here that was previously gated off to us. I was thinking that would be worth checking, but there we go. We gotta take something out. Find pin. So yeah, it is just low drop rate, I guess. we need to farm up as many of those as we can. Whoops. Yeah, it's not approachable here yet. Has to be from up top somehow. Well, let's see where else we can find even more of those. So we've seen so many of them too. And we'll just steadily make our way over. After I heal. Couldn't really get in there. Okay, this is out in the memoriam. It's a little too far. Let's see if we can maybe reposition ourselves a bit. Also, I'm still on... Oh. What was it? There's something about my loadout I was about to comment on. Oh yeah, we're still on the green silk buff, which I consider if I want to switch back to injector band for the quick heal. Given the buck maggot situation though, if we go back up to boil water, maybe staying on the green silk is a good idea. What were we even doing here? Oh yeah, I wanted to go up to the Ventrica station. So this was a big diversion. Oops. Oh, we'll keep going. Oh yeah, that's a long ways off actually. Maybe we should have picked a different one. When do we come up here then? Oh, because I misread where the next fast travel point would be. That's good. Let's try to just take that out. I need to heal up in a moment. Steel would have come in handy over there. Now let's try to tap in a position where we can actually loot it afterwards. Getting too risky. And oh, caught in midair. It's okay. Go back for that. After having hit a very nearby bench. That was unfortunate. But we're right here. Try to farm up as many of these as we can, since we do drop what we want eventually. There we go. Anything? Nope. Well, makes sense to just drop down and fight on the way down, I guess. A little too much incoming damage. Yeah, it dropped something. It looked like it. Except whatever it was, I couldn't pick it up. This one drops it. Yeah, the ones that just have the grounded horizontal pattern. I don't know if that's consistently going to be the case. Anything? Yeah, it's got to be off the ground at once. Then maybe let's do the central corridor. I know that has lots to poke away at, or it did previously, anyway. Okay, let's see. Just want to find some better locations for fighting what we need to fight. I mean, I guess if you made more attempts at a forum, they would just kind of pay for themselves in that respect, but... Yeah, might as well just take the whole entry corridor and the bottom left and see if we can get some more pins off of that. It does look like it's just off the ground at once. Did the description even say so? Or give us a contextual clue for that? Oh, let's see. What a massive menagerie here. What a huge list of creatures. There was something I was looking for. What was it? Can't even remember at this point. Oh well. Yeah, so... they're all kind of there by category. so we can at least fight the grounded ones. The flying ones do drop pins too, like anything wielding a pin then. It does make sense to fight them when we're able. Very close. Let's try left side. Just to see who else we can farm up here. At the very least, we'll also get some rosaries, so... In fact, we have enough to afford the Songclave improvement quest, but we'll get back to that in a later time. And just stabilize again. I haven't found the right kind of bugs here at all, actually. I know which kind I want. It's a little too low in the layout. That's be relevant. Okay, got that. Didn't wind up seeing what we wanted after all. Maybe see if we can find a different section. Maybe even back to the high halls. Not back to the forum necessarily. That's something that will wait. Let's try to pick some fights then. If we're able. Oh yeah, no, this area is the one where you can really go back up very easily. This we've been to. Well, actually, I think rather than hunting back too much, we're going to go back to the vicinity of Songclave. Let's see if this is the station we wanted. It's the one that's actually quite far off here, so... So, let's do that. Again, we don't really know what the effects are, but we can go back to Bellheart to check if anything is happening down there. I feel like typically we'll eventually get some reward in return. Yeah, this was the wall climb bit that we were talking about earlier. Mass shards aren't worth it yet until we get close to completion. Simple key looked like it was a very natural choice. Alright, same issue here as before. Let's just try to get out. And what objective were we going for? So we're not necessarily doing the pin quest right away. Then, oh yes, we wanted to see what Bellheart looks like after paying into the last improvement. Whether that's something noticeable immediately or if it's something that will await further developments along the main line. Okay, in this location, let's go up. And there we go. As traveler, thanks to your valiant contributions, our little town is starting to feel like its old self again. Homes have been hoisted and the square shines. I've seen the changes myself, Pavo. It is pleasing to hear my contributions have not been in vain. Indeed, your generosity is a guide for others. We've only one thing now sorely missing. Bugs. What is a town without its residents? Age, scarcity, deadly threat. Bellheart is beset by endless ills. Now there's just us, remaining few as you've met. In recognition of your noble efforts, and as one small step to solving the problem, I have decreed a grand gift should be given. A bell home of your very own. A place to reflect, a bed to lay in. It's hanging up there at the top beside our good pinmaster. I have no plans to settle, Pavo, but for now my task in Farland remains, and while it does, a residence may prove useful. Of course, your fortitude inspires us all, and if trouble ever descends anew, it surely won't hurt to have a resident, a warrior, close at claw. So we have a Bellhome key. Anything else on the board? Not anymore. Anything new in the shop? Let's see. No, nothing that we don't know about already. So this has got to be it. And do we get anything special that we can loot in here? Assemble materium. Oh, interesting. We will in a moment. Let me just see. There is a rest stop here. What happens if we assemble the materium? Oh, interesting. So if we find materium, then we get to just pick something? Because we're obviously going to pick the craft metal. Unless pale oil. Wait. But if you have more oil, then we can improve the blade. Or how come this is like a log of all the quest items we have so far? So you could basically use the materium to replicate any quest item you have previously found. In that case, the most valuable thing here will be the pale oil. Because why not? Curious swag, curious treasure. It's like everything you carried at any point. Hang on. Oh, I see. No, the materium is the collection. Yeah, you don't get to obtain those items. It's rather... Yeah, no, you don't actually get to obtain anything. This is just a view of your collection to show what you have so far. It's a gallery. But then, is this purely just cosmetic then? Or is there something useful you can get out of this? I guess it allows you to track everything you've collected so far, including other quest items. Okay. Bang, welcome. Alright, in that case, that's all we get out of that. I guess materium's been accounted for. Oops. Yeah, this one looks like it's a pretty big grind to just hunt everything up in the Citadel. I mean, I guess if you put enough attempts in the forum, then maybe, but... Well, perhaps we can go back and farm that up. And it seems like these are just random drops off of the pinwheeling enemies. Well, let's see then. Yeah, we should go back to fight them some more. It's just a matter of finding what the appropriate location is for hunting so many of them. Maybe the area above the spa, I'm not sure. Okay, so yeah, maybe we can try to farm up the rest of that. It looks like it might be a bit laborious, but we're in the middle of doing it anyway. If we're committing to doing that, then I think we'll make another attempt at the Bilewater boss next time, since we've got the damage buff going now, but it might make more sense to also amass more materials for tools. Hence just getting into some fights and trying to play some more. Underworks connects to this point here. Right, because that was the initial entrance. Alright, let's fight some more of these. Oops. Okay. I blew them away quickly. And I see our traps are completely back up and running, so let's actually see, since we have some craft materials now, let's try to get more of our weapons just replenished. We never figured out how to restore some of these ones, actually. Oh, yeah, it is by craftstone then. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. the flint slate because it didn't tell you that there was any alternate resource for it. That gives you a couple of rounds. In that case, let's get back to what we know, just so we don't forget later if we do make our way back up to the boss. Again, unlikely to happen today, simply because it is such a run, and that last attempt on it that it had seemed to go pretty well, though. So yeah, let's just fight some more. Do we want perhaps to change out something here? Change this back out until we actually need it in the muck zone. But it is a good idea, I think, for countering maggots. Just by building up silk to shed them off. Okay, let's fight some more. Yeah, but we'll get some good drops off them. They still take a good bit of punishment. Nothing off that one this time. Be worth. What have we got? Pain, I guess. Let's oops, bad position to stand for the heal. We should stood somewhere a little safer. Also, we see about. Oh no, hang on. The quest. Up in Silksong to see if that's taken effect yet. Nothing at the moment. As long as we fight anything with the pin, we'll apparently eventually get what we need. Great position. Drop in a location I can pick up at? Not really. Yeah, so this area was blocked off still. Or maybe it's just something new to inspect. Let's see. What do we play here? I mean, obviously we have to enter from the other side. I just want to check. Just trying to think about what a good location would be. If we switch over to the leftmost side. Oh. Getting sloppy. Spoke quickly. So we get a drop off of this one, otherwise things go pretty slowly. And indeed, that'll suffice. We'll see how many times we have to do this for what we need. I actually came to get it relatively quickly. Yeah, let's see what we can do here. Oops. Starting to slip up a little bit. Okay, here's another one. Okay, getting a bit low. Actually, watch out. Pay attention. Anything? Nothing. Oh, almost made it all the way up. I'll have to take a fast travel to a different location entirely if that's the case. Well, which way is it? Let's see. Doesn't seem like I can get through here anyway. Oh yeah, this just affects this switch. We knew that. Getting caught by everything. Oops. Didn't none of that. Yeah, losing a bit of our sharpness and reaction time here. Alright, we need to live. That was way too close. Maybe we can go up to the memoriam bench like we did before. Or we can just be careful here. Can we be careful here? I guess we'll find out. Yes, we can. Not that one to the left. And anything that is evidence of restoration? Not really, is there?
Not a miss.
All your work and look, they keep arriving. It's bugs up plenty up here now. Hapless, weak, but alive they are. Scared and weak they seem to me. It is heartening knowing these few have survived safe for your care. Yeah, Sherman's there. That's your work, Bellringer, not mine. Ringing and helping. Hope you recognize your efforts, cause I ain't providing much, and I ain't one for fighting that choir and their pins ever come calling. But yeah, Sherman does long adventures end. Well, we know Sherman made it to the spa, right? Which is not too far from here, but let's talk. Hmm? Oh boy there. I was hoping we would meet here, Red Maiden. Rising at last to the heights of the Citadel and being among so many of my brothers and sisters, it is a blessing indeed. Yes, a blessing. Your voice belies some hesitation in that belief, little pilgrim. You have seen now the reality of this broken place. What do you make of it, truly? Do not judge me a doubter. The citadel is a holy place indeed, resplendent and vast beyond my wildest hopes. But yet the grand halls ache with silence, and I see suffering in the shadows wherever I peer too deeply. Fear and pain. Why were these things allowed into our paradise? Yet my brothers and sisters not yet earned their holy reward. Okay, so nothing very tangible here. This place is holy yet, but I worry at the suffering of our fellow pilgrims. So many are hurt or exhausted. Your doubts and worries will not heal them, little one. If you would aid your fellows, you can start by dressing their wounds. Simple rags found around a settlement will do for bandages. Oh, that's an excellent idea, Red Maiden. Normally I think a song would suffice, but yes, more direct action is certainly needed. And the citadel itself shall provide the materials. Praise be to us, holiest of holy places. Now I wonder if it's going to be the same song or a different one as before. Oh, they sing together. I don't know the exactly blend, but that's okay. I'm gonna try. Glimmering trails haunted even here. Are we the chosen? Let us keep our faith. Was it our sin? Where's your light? A kingdom lost. Yeah, it just kind of cycles through things in a different, certain order, I think. So, okay. Well, we restored this. Nothing's changed too much in here. Have you done it yet, Bellringer? Wriggle deep, discover the depths of obsession that brought this place so low. You speak of the citadel and silk caretaker, then yes, I now know the start of it. In the ward down below, I saw it clear, the hollowed husks and the many torturous implements, machines to instill a bug with thread that would see their life extended. Aye, that's it in part, but there's more scale to it than all that. Just think of them greedily shoving the silk into their shells, the madness that overcame them, eternal life for mortal bugs, and think on how long it's all gone on. The children born to them and all the pilgrims after, the silk has seeded deep into this kingdom's shells, generations deep. No wonder Fardloom's bugs proved such easy prey for that haunted thread. It had only to seek for itself to reach them. Oh, now you're seeing a Bellringer. Those poor pilgrims, all born bound to the cruel system of our world, now stricken in its new cursed web. You at least are free from it, and free to shake it all up, if that's your choosing. Yep. All primal genetic material woven in silk. That's how it works around here. Oh, didn't I say I was going to try to farm these? We have so many left to go, only at 5. I don't even remember what the reward for that was. If there was any indication. No, that's a sizable grind. So if we go to the left, well, let's see. There's a whole passage that comes from the slab. Maybe that's something worth approaching. Let's go here. Doesn't wield the pin, but we'll farm some of these. the ones that do, like these. Well, the top one here. Oh. Yeah, good thing we evaded that. Also, a fine pin. Not to put a fine point on it. Okay, got some pins at least. If we off to the right, what even was on the right side here? I don't remember. Well, we're enemies. That works. Pin-wielding enemies specifically. Okay. Yeah, we've been in here previously. I don't know if there was anything else to explore. Yeah, let's just keep exploring and see how much else we can farm up. Oops. Here we go. Knew it was my passage over here. Oh, Green Prince. This is new. I'd hoped to never step these hateful halls, yet here I stand as all those hapless bugs before. You've journeyed far from that damp cell, tall bug. If you would oppose the minions of this citadel, you have my respect. It was Share, a rare stance warrior. Few others seemed possessed of will enough to resist. So many weak minds drawn up and strung in love with the great golden leech atop their lands. Great golden leech, you say? Well, we didn't really have a sense so far of the shape or color of the creature, whatever it should turn out to be. Like a silkworm, spelled W-Y-R-M.
That's fine.
Yeah, well, talk about it until we cross again. So we freed him, and then what happens with that? Or until death calmly claims us both. Is he singing the same song? I think so. Same one that we saw previously. Well, maybe he's impactful in some later fight. As an NPC that's been brought in, but so far we're certainly not seeing what we ourselves managed to acquire. Let's see what we can do. Nobody really says, well, here, okay, there's one. Okay. That's what I was hoping for. I was hoping for this fight specifically. Or whichever fights we're here. Oh. Let's not get too risky here. And that didn't drop anything. Nothing much else to fight. And then we can check each of these rooms, I guess. We had been here previously. This was for silk replenishment only, I think. case of emergency. Oh yeah, we'd be there. Let's not read the map while we're being attacked. And just check each of the rooms. What even was this? Oh, this changed from what it was previously, I think. Oh, was my mistake. Let's try this again. Yeah, we've done this previously, but this is a different pattern. As far as I can tell. Okay. Anything else? What do we get this time? Cogheart piece. Okay, got another one. 2 parts of a cogwort heart, containing an intricate array of wheels and regulators. So yeah, we have to assemble the whole thing by finding rooms like this, I guess. Interesting that we hadn't interacted with that previously. We had mapped it. Okay, let's see. I don't remember what we'd done here previously, but let's play it in front of the mirror. That sometimes does something. In this case, no. We were thinking of different spots. So we're in this little for that. So yeah, we had looted whatever was here. I'm just checking diligently to see if we have more enemies we can poke for the quest. Okay, good. Where to fight? Must be. Don't take too much of a dive. Do something good. Let's see about this column. Something more. Those are what I'm looking for. Okay. Well, let's see. Maybe left side passage. Oh, this just goes through the more of the high halls at this point, though, or gets up to it. Yeah, because we got this connecting passage here. I think there was something down below it. Okay, good. What to fight? We should be down to one more, right? Let's take a look here. No, two more. That hits this bench over here. And that's okay, because if we hit this bench repeatedly, then we can just continue to farm this room if the enemies respawn. Oops. Nothing? Oh. To a certain extent, it makes sense to just kind of up this location again and again until we get something. If that works. Okay, so get one over here. And what do we pop over here? Nothing. I guess we got some silk back from it. Also, we amassed actually quite a bit of income just over the course of some of these fights. I didn't even want to make our way towards that extra key, which then opens something next to the forum. Let's see if we can finally get the last key here. Anything? Nope. This is the first thing I can recall in the game where drop rate actually seems to matter. As in being low enough to actually affect anything we're doing. Okay, that should be it. Unpin. Now, where do we return this? Wish updated. Songclay's wish wall. Let's go back there. So yeah, that one was a bit of a grind, but that's okay. Alright, we should then cross over. Oops. Taking too many hits up there. Let's go. Make a total hash of it. Yeah, and then we go up to the right. Okay, to the Songclave area we go. Well, no Sherman anymore.
Not amiss.
But the ain't seeing it, bell ringer. A whole lot of helping you've been up to, both here and down below. The strange mantle you're taking for yourself, seeing all them bugs saved and wishes promised. You find it strange, sir. I found some solace in service, and the rewards received have proved the boon of my journey. Aye, but it ain't your place now, is it? I see well what you are, a weaver and more. It's below your station. You ain't no common sort meant for carrying on us low folk. I can say the same for you, who still chooses to remain cowled. You continue to pose as only a simple pilgrim. Don't you think it's past time you ceased the performance? Leave off, old one. Permit a bugler small disguise. It's been a pleasant thing to play simple. I weren't calling for change, even if you seem insistent on bringing it. Change was unavoidable, sir, whether I arrived or not. The monarch stirs, his threads stretch far. Our presence only accelerates the inevitable. So what are you hoping for, eh? Planning to usurp, to perch above us all as queen. Build up our hopes only to string us all in your own beastly web. Such is the way of weavers and gods both. I feel like that's potentially a standard ending, as opposed to a true ending. Let's see, what do we get for depositing the fine pins? Heavy rosary necklace. Okay, just cash. But we have even more over here that are now available. Yeah, I guess maybe upgrading the town also upgraded the quest board. Our haunted brethren wandering the great halls still wear their fine white cloaks. This settlement would greatly benefit from their protection. Please fetch some for us. So yeah, I guess we just take out more choir bucks. Even more of a grind for cash. Balm for the wounded. Okay, so here is where Sherma has gone. Sherma has descended into the holy white word. In search for supplies. If you're able, please join me. Company will make the work much merrier. Search for traces of the pilgrim Sherma and track its location. Yeah, I mean, we know how to go to the White Ward. Cloaked choir bugs at the Citadel. Yeah, we can do that, but maybe not grind it quite so deliberately in the same way. However, we have 661 rosaries. Let's see about the key. So this is the last simple key that we've found so far, and we have one lock matching it that is unaccounted for. So let's take it and bring it to the lock. So that was back in the forum right by the other Ventrica station, so we'll go back there. And we'll see what the key will get for us. There was a sign outside relevant building that seemed to indicate rosaries, but we'll find out in a moment. Ornate door closed with a simple lock. Let's pop it. Interesting. so that seems like it's going to string more rosaries. 80 at a time, we don't have that. But surely that's not it, right? There's gotta be something else here. Yeah, we'll go up there in just a moment. Oh. Anything back here? Okay, so that tells you that there's lots and lots of treasure. If you wrap around to that location. Nope. Shouldn't have jumped into that. Okay. We don't really need to take that one out. Open this passage. Passage next there, but there are more places to go down below as well, so. Okay, that's just rosaries that essentially trade a symbol key for. Ah, I see, there's lots of there. Should have put on the magnetic effect prior to this. It's scattered, but I'm sure it'll amount to something at the end if we don't drop too many. And there is something down there that we can approach as well, but let's up the left side first. Pale rosary necklace. 340 rosaries. So, okay, so we got our money back essentially from what we paid in. Just about 200 looted naturally, and then a lot more over here. So we got at least some of it back. Don't know if there's anything other than rosaries to look at. Feels like it's not safe to touch that, of course not. Well, let's get back outside and hit the bench. Yeah, this was where we came up. Okay. Yeah, I guess, I mean, if you spend rosaries on the key, then you just get rosaries back in that area. Unless we missed something there. Yeah. Okay, so simple keys all accounted for. Lots of rosaries in tow as well. I'm thinking about what I meant to buy. We're saving up, of course, partly because we need more craft shards for the architect eventually. That was over in White Ward. And I mean, if we do head down to White Ward, we can see if we can look for Sherma's location. Since there were some locations that we had seen there previously that were a dead end at the time. Like if we go through the central column. So actually I have a good sense of where I want to look. And we knock out some firebugs along the way for the cloth, all the better. I mean, a lot of these are cloaks, so... So yeah, as long as we just make it through them, we'll grab more quiet cloaks where we can. I guess we could do the loop through the whiteboard soon enough. Yeah, the quiet cloaks are going to come quickly, so particularly in comparison to the pin quest that we did. Okay, so that's done. More of these out. Yeah, this feels like much less of a grind than the other one, which is much appreciated after how long that one took. The one for the pins. I'm gonna flip down this way so I can scan the right side where the lift bypasses. Oh, this was where you just got the silk eater previously. It's not that. Right. Getting a little thrilling here. Getting way too close. Whoops. Oh, so we can actually track. Let's maybe just skip this time. Up here, yeah, I mean, we've been through all these locations before, but clearly something might have changed. Enter. Oh, so this is new. I don't think we could have entered this previously. Or did we? Didn't think so. Did we take the closer bench before we dove down? I don't think we did, so I'm going to be a little further out. Anyway, here's Sherma. Oi, Red Maiden, have no fear. It is only I, Sherma. Found healing supplies, but in the way back collapsed and I heard moaning from the dark. Oh, how thankful I am to see you. Well, gratitude, little one. The dead are stirring. Alright, let's defend. Okay. Whoa, there's a lot going on. I want to start using the tools soon. Okay, we need to go back there then. Let's take the bench and go back and save Sherma. So yeah, I forgot to switch to the bench that was closer to the descent to the whiteboard. Let's do that. Because we just skipped down. Without taking the closed location. Well, in that timeline anyway, Sherma has not been saved. Despite looking for salvation all this time. However, on the way back, see, I don't even mind necessarily that we have to redo this bit because we're going for the cloaks anyway, right? So we might as well just do this whole passage. So the run back really doesn't matter. Just because there's an opportunity to fill in both quests at once. I might even just keep this as our spawn location then, because until we get the Choir Cloak quest done. Well, I don't know. We'll see. Oops. So let's take a bench and let's try not to die along the way. And indeed we go through the middle level. Skip. Oops. A little overeager here. Oops. That's okay, we'll just load up as we enter the fight. But have to watch out for all these obstacles. And then we can start the quest. Start the fight rather once again. The dead are going to stir once more. Let's just take it. That one's kind of short range. Okay. You know what? We might use drill against these ones. Whoops, if we don't completely whiff. Whoa. Yeah, we can't be in that grounded position. It just doesn't work at all for these. When you're doing two at once. Okay. We are banking up shards again, but we don't want to spend too many because, again, we wanted shards all along for some of the other fights. Particularly the one in Bilehaven. Nope. Always stepping so imprecisely. One more gap here. Okay. Oops. Didn't actually mean to tap that. I was just tapping through dialogue. That's okay. We'll replenish Silk off of that end. Okay. Now here's the trickier part. And bad timing once again. Good. Bust them both. Who's next? Okay, 2 of these. That's fine. We just stay out of range. Oh, getting hit a little bit hard here. Happy for Silk. That's it. Oh, Red Maiden, sorry to have lured you into such danger, and those poor bugs bewitched by the threat. No sin could possibly warrant such a fate. Your pity is not misplaced, but better suited for another time. For now, you should look to your own care. Ah, yes, I should get these healing supplies back to the pilgrim settlement above. My brothers and sisters have waited long enough. And we can probably even finish the choir cloak quest on the way back. Can you safely make your way back to the settlement, little one? I could escort you if need be. Oh no, I'll lay no more of my troubles upon you, Red Maiden. With the way cleared, I can return under my own guidance. After all, what's another pilgrimage, eh? Haha. Oh, and I have something for you as well. I found it buried amongst the broken relics down here in the darkness, glowing with a pale light. It is an odd-looking thing, not exactly holy seeming, but I would be honored if you accepted it, all the same. What do we get? Okay, another spool. I know that we have maybe one more spool fragment unaccounted for at a vendor somewhere. I think. And so we might even buy that and complete it. Yeah, there's one off of Grindel that was... it cost 680. I actually did take notes on the vendors, so... we wouldn't need to just do it by memory. But when we want to do that, we can extend the spool. And fear not on my behalf. My fellow pilgrims are all praying for me, and thereby no harm will befall me. I get the sense that Sherma won't make it, but we're pessimistic that way. The designers know well what a lovable character that is. Too good to be true. Particularly with the naivety of his faith. Anyway, we'll make it back up because that'll, again, allow us to farm some more choir cloaks. Let's see how many we need. Just need 7 more, actually, so... quite feasibly we could grab the rest on the way up, but we just take a long way up. Yeah, I guess we can potentially just head right through the central chambers, work our way up, just go to Sunclave the long way. And that should be fine. practice these anyway before we go back to the forum for further attempts. And then, so there's this connection over here. Let's do the central segment. Oh, so much for the choir. Oh, whoops, shouldn't have jumped up against that. You know what? Let's just nuke it. Nuke everybody here. Yeah. Whoa, okay. Yeah, stood right in that. Not a good idea. Be careful. That was not very careful standing in front of it like that, but that's okay. I think we should take a bench down below before we get ourselves into even more trouble. And then we'll make the climb. Anyway, getting there. Anything to loot? Nope. We took enough damage here that it actually kind of makes sense to just reload them all and catch them on the way up. There you go. Are they dropping anything? Not really. Oh, what are we doing for cloaks? Over to 15. Yeah, you'd think would be pretty close at this point. Maybe if we take the left side corridor on the way up. There we go, more cloaks. Works for me. Loot them right off. That was dangerous. Okay, just one more will do. Not even need to go all the way up to finish this out. We'll see. Anything? There we go. Acquire cloak. And then, if that's the case, we might as well just drop back down and take fast transport. And Sherman did make it back. With medical supplies. Welcome back, Red Maiden, and thank you again for coming to my aid. No healer, but with the supplies we found in the ward below, even my unlearned claws can ease the suffering of our brothers and sisters. And such darkness could creep into this most holy of places, even though we pilgrims kept our promise to ascend. I confess, I wonder at the meaning of it all. Enlightenment does not come easily or all at once. I should just continue my task in the meantime. We'll disillusion him later. All of these marvelous healing supplies, surely they at least are some proof of the Citadel's holy nature. Yeah, about that. Okay. Much of the quest board has been accounted for. Strengthening Songclave. How do all these wretched lost bugs keep finding a way here, each hungry and squalling for shelter? We need more rosaries, so empty your pockets. Oh, let's plug in the controller at some point too. You know what? Let's do it. We can afford it. The only thing we were considering other than that was just the spool extension, since we had one half out of two, but no, we'll pay in. We knew we'd need to do it eventually, and then we'll see if we get something else totally cosmetic, like we did at Belhart. So naturally the thing we should do is leave and come back. Doesn't really matter where. I wonder what triggers it. Well, we'll find out. What do we need to go further afield or leave more time to elapse? Either way, we paid in. We've made our donation. Anything new to report?
Not amiss.
You keep at all that helping, you're going to start inspiring it in others. Best you think serious about what effect you might be causing, Bellringer. Too much hope could prove a dangerous thing, especially for all these bugs starved so long of it. Okay, so this unlocks more quests. Our dear merchant left to scavenge treasures from the Citadel's memoriam. She's been gone far too long. Yeah, I mean, we know where the memoriam is, so we'll take that. Grand hunt for the Wailing Mother. Horrible cries have been heard from that prison beside the Citadel. What profanities must be happening within to cause such awful sound? So this will be inside the slab. And we'll grab that as well. Yeah, Jubilana was last seen near the Citadel's memoriam. It's fine. We know where that is. Having explored it already, we could even just head up and check the top or something. And who knows? how long it will take us to the locator. Let's go all the way back. I mean, again, it helps that we've traversed everything here once. Might be a big fight. But I'm sure we'll handle it. Not here. Well, yeah, it'll be something to track if we use the tracking feature. Nothing to track here, but I guess if we go down to the bench. Perhaps there would be something to look at. Whoops. Oh, this little connection point is new for some reason. Didn't know we hadn't broken that before. Ah, yeah, that's why we couldn't ascend through here previously. I'd totally forgotten to break that. Here's some tracking. We better grab the bench first. Just keep going. We've been through all this. And then back down. To the map room. And up. Interesting. I don't think we'd found this previously. Have we? This looks like a fight. For sure. Okay. Let's rescue Jubilana. There we go. Just swipe a little bit and then who's next? Lots more, that's fine. Okay, just snipe it with the silk that we have. Amazing how hard it is to hit targets that bob up and down, as we learned quite a while ago in Coral Lake. Okay, so we rescued her, now what? Well, well, if it isn't my very own shadow, the clever little red cloak, you still following me around trying to pinch away some of the goodies I sniff out. Mistake my intent, ma'am, something generously. The pilgrims at the settlement below were worried by your long absence. It was on their behalf that I tracked you. Again. Is that so? What a worrying bunch of busybodies they are. I'm still able to fend for myself. And yet, perhaps 'tis a warm thing that I remain in their thoughts so. I hadn't expected that, and I can't deny that you, too, have done me a good turn once more. That awful flock almost had me, truth be told, and I still have to wonder at your intentions, dear one. But bless you all the same. What are we getting for this? Now, why don't you hurry back to the shrine and let them know what a good job you've done? There might be a few more goodies to gather up on my way back, and I don't need you lingering around in the meantime. Blessings and farewell. But it just gives you more vendor items when you get back to her shop. Can you make her sing? Darken out than ever before. Gather what you can, sweet gifts. Long and lonely halls. Hide away, holy sight. Okay. Now, we hadn't been through here previously, so I might as well just check it to see what this is. Shard bundle? We'll take it. We need those. Don't know if there's anything else to see here, though. Actually, that looks like it might be potentially traversable. See? Oh yeah, that's broken for sure. Okay, we need to get back up there. Hang on. Where? There we go. Oh, this is new. And thorny. Be careful here. Oh, we have this connecting passageway. Putrefied duct. So we have a completely new zone here now. We better find a bench because it'll take some time to get back here. Otherwise, from the memoriam. Whoa, that's new. That's very new. And lots of poison everywhere. Whoa, that's new too. That's not great. That was a surprise. Oh, this is going to be a little hazardous, especially if we get deep in and we might have some trouble afterwards. And yeah, again, this is another one of those zones. Yeah, you just need to spam the button to cut through. Okay, so that's a decent number of rosaries down, but brand new zone, completely new zone. Didn't expect that. Maybe it even connects down below to Bywater. But yeah, this entire right side is just all kinds of gooey. It was excited. You're saying those acid spitters are so annoying. I think that's true of everything that spits acid anywhere in this game. So yeah, the bottom level here, that's how we'll go to the putrefied ducts on the right. Wasn't going to continue here right away, personally, but we've got new material to look at. Whoop. That was maybe not great either. Talking down so much health. We'd better replenish health before I lose the whole cocoon there. This one's easy to tap. Probably not the big roly-poly one next door. This one we had done previously, so nothing to tap here anymore. Cogs. These ones we can kind of tap. Let's see. Okay, good. Heal up. Well, only take damage. Whatever, we're in better shape. Yeah, so were it not for the tracking, we would not have found this location here, I think. That's the purpose of the tracking. Okay. Let's just be careful the rest of the way. Maybe forging on that far ahead wasn't wise. Sight unseen. Yeah, just needs to spam the button at that point. Unfortunately, we have maggots. Also, those kind of stun into you. Yeah. That's all kinds of trouble. At some point, we just need to accept that we need to get the maggots down below. Okay. Got it. Oh, there was something obtainable past this point. Let's just grab it. Great rosary string. And we're totally gonna die here. Okay, I guess we're going back. This lower passage is not the safest. But we'll take it. And we'll heed a battery warning later, I guess. This really chokes on us here. That's okay, we'll be ending relatively soon. I would like to do a quick cocoon retrieval that we can find a way to do this, we will. Oh, that was dangerous. Let's do it this way. Much better. Now, if we can avoid the maggots while doing this, that'd be ideal. Like, we can actually learn how to fight these. Oh. Yeah, you just need to get behind them when they spit. Bait it. Get behind. Bait it. Get behind. Bait. Get behind. That's the way to do it. There we go. Now there's a stun lock on the big ones that roar at you. That's something we do need to look out for. Let's kill it that way. Spam curve claw. We actually have enough shards now that it doesn't become too costly to do it that way. Also, if we can hit that one from afar. Just kill it. Yeah, okay, we've finally logged it. It's good. We don't want to spend that many supplies perhaps, but one here. Yeah, let's just spam it. We're running out of curve claws though. And if we take the upper passage, then we're largely safe. And then we can do this. try to escape. There we go. Much safer. If we see a fast travel point, that is even better. Let's buy it and hope for no surprises. Connected. So I bet that's the achievement for having found all the Bell Beast locations then. So we are starting to really complete the map here. Let's look ahead in case there's a bench as well. Yeah. Off by 5 rosaries, of course. No map here yet. Off by 5 rosaries. We might as well just tap the 30 here. That's what it's for. Great. And yeah, there goes all the shards, of course, that we just blew on the curve claw. But the curve claw got us through a lot in that previous room, so no complaints about that. Still not on the map, of course, because we haven't found a way to map this yet. We do have the connection to Songclave, and who knows, maybe we have a connection that gets us closer to Bilehaven from the other direction. That would be interesting if there's a way to drop down below and skip some of the massive run to that location. I think, though, having discovered a new zone here and having hit the save point for it, that this is kind of a natural place to adjourn for the day. So apparently this is it for the Bellway network. I was actually thinking that maybe there were some additional nodes at the end of some of those branching segments we see here, but, well, we'll have to wait for future DLC or something. If I am, in fact, correct that the connected achievement is for doing all of it. I'm not looking at the achievement list in case it gives anything away. I don't think it would, but best not to mess around. So, yeah, we've got a pretty clear agenda for what to do at this point. We spent such a great deal of time getting to the Bilehaven fight early in the stream, but now that we have the weapon upgrade, that might be even more tractable the next time we try to go back. And of course, we got the fight to what seemed to be the last phase and found a pretty safe spot to stand in what seemed to be the last phase. And with a better sense of health management and with better dodging, I feel like that is a very doable fight. We just need to take the time to do the whole run over and over until we get back there. But I think the priority in the immediate future is to try to get a map going for this new zone that we've just found ourselves in. And then once we've mapped it out, we'll see what else is in store. And yeah, I mean, if that's the final fast travel point, entirely possible that we're getting closer and closer to the end of mapping the available zones as well, although there are, I think, maybe some conspicuous points here throughout that look like, for example, I was pretty sure there was maybe something to the east or right of Greymoor that would connect over to Craw Lake. It looked very much like an exit on that point. We know that there's something to the right of Pilgrim's Rest that's going to break through, probably that Savage Beast Fly that we've been hunting for. We know in general, as we saw with the quest that led us over to this zone in the first place, that there is some possibility that the quests are in part there for the tracking to take you to places that you might otherwise not have seen. Now, I said I'd stop, but there's one thing we do want to check here, which is, since Jubilant apparently has new things available in the shop, let's check the shop. And we'll finish there instead, probably. Just to get a sense of what we might potentially be saving up for. And, of course, if anything else has opened up on the quest board since then, we would want to know. And look at that, steadily healing up. But here they limply lay, the castaways and a disillusioned and a used up. It's a sorry settlement you summoned, Miss Bellringer, and a blasted bother for me. Not sure we have anything to offer him. Can hope. Okay, do we have new supplies? Do we have new quests? No, we don't. It would glow otherwise. It was a good deed you did up above, dear one, saving me from them screeching flocks. Not seen the like of it in a long, long time. I returned with all sorts of new goodies, too. Let's see if anything I've scavenged will fit your fancy. Spider strings. Hold this while making music, and you'll soon hear its function. Amplifies song it does, sends it out full and bright, ideal if you're ever planning on performing for a crowd. I see, this is how you unlock the Hornet Bonanza. Spool fragment for 500, that's cheaper than the other one that we saw earlier. Craft metal, yes. Oh yes, absolutely. Because with the craft metal, then we have sufficient resources to buy up enough at the architect to get the architect's key. So we've been looking forward to an additional piece of craft metal, because I think we have a few other things to obtain down there, a minimum of one more tool that we need to buy for the architect to sell us the key in the first place. Choral Commandments. And that's interesting that you buy this, but then presumably you'd cash it in Bellheart to have the relic expert interpret it for you and read it, and then you get a certain amount of money back. So, I mean, we'd probably just buy it and deliver it then. And then see what we get in return. But priority here is definitely craft metal, I would say, because that gets you to the architect's key. So we actually have so much that we can do in the next session now, because if you look at it, never mind the 2 Grand Hunt quests, which we'll do at some point. But we still have, of course, this central trunk of the Citadel to get through. We have the Forum to return to at this point. We have Bilehaven to return to. And on top of that, we now have sufficient access to resources to return to the architect to see what that's all about. And on top of that, we have this new zone that is accessible from the Memoriam over there in the Putrefied Ducks. And so we have lots and lots of choices for how to proceed. But I think for the time being, we're going to make a stop and see how we continue in the next available session. So, lots and lots of this game remains, although in some respects, we're beginning to see the beginning of the end. And rather lovely to see the map come together. That's all for today. Oh, at some point too, I bet that the gourmand down there in the dining room just looks so much like a boss fight waiting to happen that I'd be really shocked if it didn't turn out to be one in some fashion. But maybe we're thinking about that too pessimistically or optimistically. Either way. That's all for now. Thank you so much for joining me for today's session. And until we find occasion to continue, have a wonderful day ahead of you. And enjoy everything you may be playing or making or otherwise spectating. And as usual, fare thee well.